Let's run up a milli.
Run that shit then. Let's go. I'm with it. You cannot see me if your glasses work like they was 3D. Pop your shit up on that TV like I'm fucking needy. Yeah, you hating on the squad, my team was sick maneuvers. You see they waiting on the garden, you turn into Cooper. PIT, we been the squad, stay strapped up like a trooper. Lions Den, that's on my guard, I introduce them to you. Don't be no groupie hanging around for no little clout. You get found the fuck out, gon' bear your little faults. I was cold, I thought I fucking told you, lying about some equal shit. That be that evil shit, make you sneak a bitch. See the shit, you might dream that shit, but I be that lit. We was raised up on that bullshit, lemonade up in the pulpit. Misbehavior, get the bull with Papa, raise some fucking bullpits. When we pop, we empty full clips. Nigga, you can't pull shit, you bullshit. I want the best out of your hate and then I go a sicker. I just stepped out on a snake and they crying me rivers. You ain't got no job, you ain't got no squad, it's just you and your bitch. I mean, you full of shit. Nigga don't fuck with bitch. I think I seen him bust that left, flag that Civic down. He dropped some shit like that, I bet he peace sitting down. Wifey out of bounds, Lavelle ain't really putting it down. I can't blame her on the cool, she wanted batted down. Let her out to get some stick, the boys back in town. You fucked up when you set me up in the bad sound. O&E, I play for keeps, you get your dad found. With his throat where it shouldn't be, I don't fuck around. Neo love up in this bitch, she say she mother love. Nigga breathe between the lines, I am your fucking plug. Fucking feed feel too grown, he can't come around. Last year he showed his ass, this year I lay my stud down. Boy, you gotta unfriend that nigga. He was talking shit about me, mama.
What's up, fam? I know y'all surprised to see King Self. I know y'all is surprised to see me with my belt on the show today at the Lions. Didn't see what happened was I seen JJ7000 walking down the street, jumped in my caravan, went and kidnapped him, tied him up, and put him in the basement and told him I'm taking over today. So King Self taking over today, man. You know what I'm saying? This is a show that says that Xion Warren and JJ they destroys the Transylvanian Rasta. Transylvanian Rasta. That sounds like a vampire. That's a Rasta. So now we got Jamaican vampires now. This should be interesting. I want to see what they did. I want to see how they. I want to see how they destroyed. I mean, did y'all use a cross? Did y'all use some holy water? Did you what did y'all to stop the trend? Did y'all use some holy blessed cannabis?
It was a bloodbath. That's all I'm gonna tell you.
That's what it was. I got. Hey, this.
They won't bite your neck if you give them a blunt.
Oh man, see exactly. See, that's what I'm saying.
Lord.
Was weed his weakness? I need to find this out. You know what I'm saying? So today, it's gonna be a takeover for King Self. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna take y'all from the plains of the prairie of the Lions Den, and we're gonna bring y'all to the jungle where the gorillas, the Gold Coast gorillas, are the kings of the jungle. See, I don't know where y'all get that lions or the king of the jungle. They don't even be in the jungle. They be on the prairie.
You
I
doing
never
too much.
understood that. That's a fun fact for you. But let's introduce the panel.
Yeah.
We got the homie Yasha Ben Yisrael. You know what I'm saying? Shout out Detroit. Now what the biggest is, homie?
What it do? Yasha big man, big Ben Israel is in his house. One more again, sitting back with the fellas. You know what I'm saying? We about to put it down. We're gonna check out, see what the business was yesterday with the Transylvanian bloodsuckers. Yeah, Count 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 Rasta Dracula and
I
yeah,
never
man.
seen nothing like
I'm
that in my
just, hey, man. I'm just in here, man. We gonna see what the business is.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Who else? We got the homie JT on here, better known as Jonathan Taylor. What the business is, man?
Just chilling, just chilling. Gonna hit it hard on these niggas with coming out with that bullshit. We got you.
life.
That's
Right.
what I'm saying, bro.
What the
And
hell going on?
I got a stake for you niggas in your heart. Believe that.
The Transylvanian Rasta.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. Man, these boys out here say they vampire hunting, man. I guess this supposed to be Blade and his crew. Is JJ7000? Are you Blade now?
I
Or
blade.
you
I
Blade?
blade.
Okay,
No, me,
okay,
me and Zion, we blade. We
okay,
blade. He
okay,
part
bet.
one, I'm part two.
Okay, bet.
Yeah.
So we got the homie, the paralegal from Buffalo, New York. You know what I'm saying? The smushinator, the one that will
Don't
smush
forget
your
mother.
head.
Don't forget the sister Karima.
Hold on, can I do my say? See, that's what I'm talking
My
about. You don't
bad.
make
My
me
bad.
put a stake through your heart, throw holy water on your head. You understand? You starting to act like a Transylvanian blood sucking roster.
Right.
You understand?
Did you
So
get
let
bit
me
last
finish.
night?
Yeah,
God
did you get bit last night? Tonight,
Yeah,
baby.
man, you need me blood to drink me life alone.
But anyway, the homie from Buffalo, New York. You know what I'm saying? The smushinator, the
I
one
want
that'll
my
smush your head. Xion Warchild.
I want my blunt dip. I want my blunt
You know
drenched
who
in
it
blood.
is? The most hated, the most underrated, the most
Somebody
underdebated,
mute
the
their mic.
ex-smusher, the smusher, baby. You know what I'm saying? I'm your smusher, baby. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's just me. You know what I'm saying? You know who it is.
Bloody blunts.
Then you know what I'm saying? We got the one and only man, the only one man I know. I had him tied up back there. He must have got loose and got to a phone or something like that, man. See, I got to go check my ropes and my knots next time. You know what I'm saying? But the one and only Blade, the people's champion, the one that's out there killing all bloodsuckers and shift changers, better known as JJ7000. What it do, big homie?
Man, what it do, family? You got King Seth in the building. Gold Coast Gorilla hosting the show today, man. Like I say, he kidnapped me for a minute. I struggled free and got loose. Cause hey, I gotta be a part of this show. King said I gotta be a part of this
Real
because
talk.
I was in real life yesterday with my Xion Warchild. And this is something I've never seen before in my life. A Transylvanian Rasta. Dressed up like goddamn Dracula.
God damn.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Queen. Yeah. So we're gonna go through the adventures of Dagger Squad. Cause me and my aunt, we went over there. You know, they let me host the show yesterday. Me and Uncle's co-host. So check it out, man. We had fun. It was
The
an
two
interesting
witnesses.
conversation. We
Last
had
but
fun. Though.
and watch this, man, y'all. Last but not least, the one that be behind the controls. You know what I'm saying? The one and only man, Karima, man. What it do, sis?
Shalom to the chat, shalom to the panel. I seen him. He kind of looked like Pee Wee Herman to me, so I
Man,
don't know.
he got so many looks.
I guess
She
without
said
further
Pee
ado,
Wee
man.
Herman.
I guess without further ado, man, let's go and get this started because this gonna be interesting, man. They got blood sucking rosters out here. They got vampire rosters, man. What's up,
Vampire
man?
Rosters.
You know what I'm saying? I seen a movie like that, but it was a low budget movie. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Blood suckers with dreadlocks. You know what I'm saying? You be smoking weed. That's when they come out of nowhere and just get you. Like, wow, you be like, oh shit, it'd be a vampire. But go ahead, let's go,
Yeah,
Tay Tay.
Karima, can you share the video? Because I'm on my phone.
Let me
Go
go
to
get it.
go to what do you call that? Brother Garfield podcast or Dagger Squad. You can pull either one of them up and you'll see the video. I mean, I was kind of appalled because that's just like me coming over there telling him how to be a hillbilly. You see what I'm saying? That's y'all culture. And this guy coming over here trying to tell Zion, who grew up in this culture, how to be a Rasta. And you from Transylvania. And Garfield over there promoting this guy. Said he was the only guy on the goddamn platform that had discipline, the white guy. He made it to a race card, not me. I told him I don't teach the white man to go. I said everybody the goddamn devil or deceiver. Black, white, Mexican, yellow, transgender, straight, forward, backwards. Deceivers come in all shapes, forms, colors, and sizes. So I'm not just gonna put it on one group of people. That's ignorant. Yeah, man, it was an interesting show. Zion did his thing, and I just came in at like the eraser, Arnold Schwarzenegger, the eraser. He should be erased. He should not come back in trying to teach nothing about Rastafarianism.
Who you talking about?
Okay, we got it. Let's go.
Oh, okay, yeah, let's go.
And one of the sources was him. He gave him 3 sources, and one of the sources was him himself. Okay.
Damn. Okay, let's start it up.
Okay, let me give you the host.
All right, you started the meeting?
You live.
I'm live. Hey, peace and love, peace and love. This is Brother Garfield. This is the Brother Garfield podcast. And, we here at the Dagger Squad and we're doing our thing. So listen, ladies and gentlemen, today we're having a nice little discussion. We got the return of the Serbian Rasta. People been emailing me, asking me for Pitar the whole time. Now it's Saturday morning. I'm on a group chat with Jeremiah Judah, Brother Unk, Black Jesus Minister. And what we doing, family, we are basically, instead of we talking in the back chat, we're going to go live. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me, hold on a second here. Let me get the link so that I could, how do I do this? Let me get the link. Okay, share. Participants. Okay, invite. Here we go. Copy invite link. And here we go. Supposed to be live. All right, so here we go. So we are live. So here we go. I'm gonna put the link in the chat so I can get my brother Unk and everybody. He says send it to his phone. Let me send it to Unk's phone. I'm getting everybody in here today. Jeremiah, Judah, everybody. So you're gonna have a nice little debate, nice little dialogue.
Hey, Kareem, Sister Kareem, put the link in the chat, please.
Hold on a second here.
Shout out to Commander General Richard.
Jeremiah Judah. All right. All right. So let me get my brother Onk in here. The problem starter. Let me send it to Pitar in his phone. I don't want nobody to say they didn't get the link. Ain't nobody running today. Ain't no runners. All right.
Ain't no running.
Ain't no runners today, my brother. No runners.
How you doing, bro?
I'm doing
What
good,
up,
man.
Mo? What up, Mo? You see I'm in this gym, though. Hey, Mo, I'm inspired by you, Mo. I'm in the gym.
It took more for you to Serbian Rasta said, "Here I come." Oh man, it's over now for y'all, man. I'm telling you, Serbian Rasta coming with the gun. Unk is funny as hell.
White boy with the gun.
With the gun.
White boy with the gun.
White boy with the gun is the rap. It's a wrap, yo. It's a wrap. Yo, I see it, man. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. It's over.
Garfield, I think a main concern would be, right, is the Rastafari a black religion? And if so, how could a person from a European descent tell another person from an African descent, what their religion is and what it is? Is that so? I need to know, is that a qualification there, Rastafari? Your regional differences. I think that's the
that's been the pushback though. When I have him on the channel, that's been the pushback. Everybody like, yo, you don't need him. I'm telling you, bro.
Real.
People from
Europe, real, though.
people from England, yeah, that's what I'm saying though. They're saying they have a legitimate concern that it's not
they're hyping them up to get beat
a black
down.
religion, but it goes back to what this post that Teach One Rawborn put up too. He got to respond to this. Haile Selassie saying that we not Negroes. He was trying to say don't he not gonna mess with Marcus Garvey and them because they're Negroes. So that's so
man. We got the
Robbie.
video of the kid that Selassie sent to the delegation talking about the other Africans are inferior too, bro. Don't forget about that one.
Danny's a troublemaker. It's funny, Danny. I was gonna ask you for the source, and look at that. Danny sent it to me right in my inbox. You talk about on-call scholarship. Shout out to Teach One, man.
Yeah, so hold on. So what is? Yeah, kind of mix it in real quick. I was just trying to really get a solid, right? Like, is that a prerequisite? Is Rastafari strictly a African religion? We can hear you. Is it strictly an African religion? That's really what I'm trying to figure out, right? Because then we would have a legitimacy, right? Like a Ghanaian, right? That's an African religion, right? So you could say that, but is Rastafari strictly an African religion, and do we actually have a legitimate claim when people say that?
Yes, it's a black man's religion. It's a black man's religion. Yes, it is. It's a black man's religion.
Just let Steve know anytime when you want to stop.
Exactly.
You messed up the podcast, though. You gotta let me say it. Damn, you gonna mess up the show, yeah. You gotta have a little.
I told you already. I told you already.
You can't do that.
I'm hoping the show. You're gonna have to respect.
Hold on, bro. I don't have to do nothing. I'm talking. Let me finish. I'm setting up the show, goddammit.
All right, go ahead.
Right?
Go ahead,
I'm making it very clear for the audience. Now, if my man got the firepower and the thermonuclear weapons, then he got to have patience to employ those weapons. Right? You can't be a zealot with it, because then nobody's going to listen to you. I know I'm like, oh, he's just a zealot. You don't know what you're talking about. But kind of clear and precise. Right? So the question is, and then we're going to get into the main body of the work. But I think we need to start off with, is it a prerequisite to be African to practice Rastafari? And I'm talking about a homegrown African. I'm talking about your genes. You come from the tribe of genes mutated in Africa. Is that a prerequisite? Is that a black man's religion, quote unquote? That's what I want to know. And can y'all prove and verify if it is and if it's not? We can start off with that. Then we can get into the doctrine, right? The main body of the conversation. Go ahead, Vita.
Right. Yeah. I like how you set that up, family. So Uncle helped me co-host the show, because that was a good idea, man. But this conversation started about, a couple of Rastafarians, we was all on the phone call, and Garfield said, well, hey, man, I got this Petar. He's a Rastafarian, but he don't look like you and I. And he don't believe in the narrative that some of the Rastafarians over in Jamaica about Haile Selassie and things of that nature. So we trying to figure out, where did he get his Rastafarian idea from? That's where we're going with this. So welcome to the Lions Den, Garfield, Reed, Pseudo Killers, Dagger Squad collaboration. That's what we're doing today. You know what I'm saying? So like and subscribe to each one of our platforms, man. We Voltron. With that being said, where the contestants at?
Where they at? Where they at, Garfield?
I'm waiting for them right now. That's what I'm waiting for.
All right, well, we're gonna wait for them to come on.
Oh, neither one of them on? What's they? What's his name?
You know what though? Danny just sent me something deep, man. I didn't realize it was Fatelovich. OMG, man. Damn. Selassie's out the door, man. Damn, man. Selassie. Oh man. All right, let's do this, man. Black Lion is stupid. He said, I ran that European wannabe Rasta. You see, that's the conversation, though. Can a Rastafarian be European? Just like our Christian can be European.
Right.
And this is what we want to know.
But
now, yeah.
He's changing the whole doctrine.
He's what?
The white Rastafarian is changing the whole doctrine. I'm interested to see.
How you know it's not his doctrine though? It's not his doctrine. Remember, go ahead.
Nah, that's a doctrine. That's the black dude is Primus St. Croix. Primus St. Croix.
Yeah, Primus St. Croix thing.
Yeah, they built that doctrine up around Primus St. Croix. But if we're gonna be specific though, and you ask the question, can European be Rasta? If we're gonna rely on Haile Selassie's word alone, Haile Selassie said we do need to become better. We do need to be a better race, overcoming petty prejudices and stuff like that. So, like what Patar does, Patar will rely on Selassie's words specifically and some other stuff. So by Selassie's own speeches, yeah, anybody can be Rasta, but at its essence, Rasta is an Afrocentric movement. You know what I mean? Telling people take pride in being African.
But how can he rely on Haile Selassie's words on one point, and then the next point he just credit Haile Selassie?
Oh, one second. Hey, hold on, guys. 1 second. Do you think I should mute everybody and just say they got to ask to unmute?
No, yeah.
That's the way that comes in. Because if it gets to the point where everybody want to, I don't want to do that because we grown men, man. I want to. I really don't want to do that, man. I don't want to do that because we grown. But if it get out of hand, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna take y'all around.
Okay, but Garfield, let them know I'm the host on this. You moderate. We can do it like that. I can host and moderate at the same time and keep order.
Yeah, go ahead, man. I mute my mic and keep out of this because I don't want nobody to say I did this or I did that. But I'm waiting for is Pitar on? Pitar, are you on, Pitar? Is that you? With a Zion W? Oh, that's Zion. Zion right here. Okay.
All right.
Zion probably got to go out and come back in. We can't hear him. Zion, we cannot hear you, bro. I read your comment.
He's muted. He's muted.
Yeah, he might got to go out and come back in, though. He don't realize that. We can't. He asked, can we hear him? Hell no, we can't hear you. Because we want him to introduce himself, what he stands for. Right? And then the Serbians with 2 guns come in, many guns come in, and introduce himself, what he stands for, and then tackle that first question. Right?
Okay, that's the name. All right, Serbian miniguns. Okay, all right.
Yeah. So we lay out the platform. The first question, as I said before, is Rastafari an indigenous African religion where they have agency over their own religion? Right? Is that so? Is that true? Simple as that. Is that a qualification? Is that your first qualification? Okay, like Christianity, there is no qualification. Everybody can be a Christian, and you should know that, right? So the next question is, does the Rastafari go through the line? Is that the God can go through the line of Judah? No, he said go through the line of Solomon or something like that, right? That's gonna be the body of the conversation. They can go back and forth. So we want both participants to actually hear each other. Yeah. Right. And if you talk the crowd to death, yo, we got to step in and say, yo, you're going too long. Y'all should be able to have a last, I got to talk more than you. Let the conversation be heard. Y'all think it's important.
Okay, I say 30-second back and forth because from my experience, from listening to both of them can kind of be long-winded and on the phone calls in the back chat where we just demonstrate. So can y'all respect each other to not be long-winded and just get it in like 30 seconds, bounce off each other?
Hey, Jeremiah, but Pitar is not on yet. Pitar's not on yet.
Okay, I thought he was on here. Okay.
He's not here yet.
No, he's not. Shut up, man. He said here, shut up, man. Pitar is one man. I know ain't running from nobody.
You bragged on him, Garfield. Right, but you bragged on him.
Hey, coming. Hey, JJ, let's do real quick, yo. Let's do a moment of silence, man, for Kamisha.
Yeah, for Kamisha.
Hey, so right now we like to give a moment of silence for Kamisha. He lost one of his seeds, man. And no matter what we done went through in this information, yo, we still brothers in humanity, yo. So let's give them a moment of silence. All right, man. Let's get it in, man.
Yeah, man. Hey, thanks for that, that's love.
Cam. Is the brother in here yet?
He ain't here yet. Go ahead.
Introduce yourself, Zion.
Nah. Don't go yet. You can introduce yourself.
No, don't go.
Wait.
Yeah, correct. Don't go yet.
Introduce himself. Man, this is a champ. This is our middleweight intercontinental champion in the Lions Den.
Oh, crazy.
Hey,
who it is? The most hated, the most underrated, the most underdebated, the smusher of heads, the smushernator. You already know, man. Yo, smusher, man.
I can't do it, man.
Let him get his Ric Flair woo on. Come on, man. Come on.
I can't front though. Jeremiah be finding the weirdos, yo. I swear to God.
Bro, you got people like Stoopies over here. And
Stoopies is a beast. Stoopies is a beast.
Talking about Stoopies.
They try to jump me. The three Caribbean Stooges. It was Cedric, Stoopies, and Google Scholar. I couldn't tell who I was.
Man, you needed a translator for that one. You needed a translator for that one.
Hey, Garfield, they'll say something that it'd be like Google Scholar, right? He'd be like, no, I didn't say that. That was Stoopies. No, all you niggas sounding like. God damn it. Stop playing that. But yeah, it's all good, man.
Yo, you crazy, yo. You crazy.
That's what they did to me that day, man. Hey, goddamn it, hey. All you Caribbeans sound alike.
Yo, you sound like a racist, man. Listen, man.
Yo, you know it's funny. You know it's funny. Cedric was talking right on my show yesterday, and everybody was saying, Garfield just said it. That's him. That's Garfield. And I'm like, I'm not even talking.
Right.
That shit is crazy.
I
ain't that intelligent.
Shout out to Cedric, man. Pseudo killer official, man.
They both trying,
man. Shout out, man.
Yeah, they both trying.
Man, introduce yourself, man. You talked over the introduction, man.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Zion. It's on you.
I'm waiting for the dude to come on.
He coming with Zion.
Right here. I didn't want to talk without homie being here. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to talk behind his back.
No, you're not.
Right. Just introduce yourself.
Yeah, just introduce yourself. Right. You ain't talking about no doctor.
I said it before. You know what I'm saying? I'm the most hated, the most underrated, the most underdebated, the smusher of heads, the smushernator. I'm your smusher man, baby.
Yeah.
You know who it is. You know what I'm saying? Xion Warchild. You know what I mean? I'm the only real Rasta in the conscious community debating, because Rastas don't debate. The only real Rasta. I'm gonna say it again.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you know when certain people come with a position on Rastafari that they don't have authority to have and claim to be a Rastafarian, they're not. You know what I'm saying? They're not really representing the faith I was supposed to be represented. You know what I mean? It's just like a Christian saying, well, I don't believe in Jesus, but I'm a Christian. And how do you do that?
Can't do that.
Oh, man.
You can't.
Oh man. Hey, Ngozi, get out of here, man. Nobody add Ngozi to this, man. He talk about it's all bullshit. Get out of here, Ngozi. You ain't down with
Ngozi in the building.
We down with the Rastas today, man. Get out of here, Ngozi. Trying to spoil the Sabbath, the beautiful Sabbath. You gonna spoil the Sabbath to the Rastafarians, man, talking that craziness.
And Ngozi in the building. The boys from Illinois. Yeah.
And Ngozi know he used to wear locks back in the days and he cut it off. Stop it, man. Come on, Ngozi. Cut it out. Yeah, man. Yeah. Oh, man.
Hey, Brother Zion, go into a little bit of, the Rastafari.
Nah. Don't do nothing yet, bro. We could build. Let's build a little bit. Let me text Serbian Rasta. Let me text it.
Yeah, you text me.
Yeah, let's just build until the brother comes in, because I don't want to be shooting shots. You know what I'm saying? Before the brother walks.
Yeah, because you shoot shots. We already know. Well, I want to talk about this show that happened on JJ7000 channel. Make sure y'all go over there and subscribe. But look at the show specifically. What's the name of that show when I showed how Hebrews should talk about evolution? Right.
Bobby Banger.
Right. So I clearly proved why the Hebrews should not talk about evolution because they always get it wrong. Their first mistake was to actually use real sources. See, we set this up a long time ago when you force people to use real sources. So in using real sources, we use sources like Smithsonian Institute, right? Smithsonian Museum. We use live science, right? And these sources absolutely support biological human evolution, but yet he used them and do like everybody did. He had read it. He read one part and refused to read the rest of it. So he used that as if these sources were supporting his stance in evolution ain't real. That would be like using the CDC. Your man do it all the time, Rizza Islam. Your man Rizza Islam. His go-to source is the CDC, right? So the CDC absolutely supports vaccinations. That's the infectious disease arm of the United States government. So at no point would they not support vaccines. So anybody who's an anti-vaccine and would use the CDC, you're mad. Anybody that would use Smithsonian and Live Science and Nature magazine against evolution, you're mad. And that's exactly what your man, what's his name, JJ? What was his name? Hala Shala. What's his name? Hala Shala. What's his name?
Come on, man. That's commanding general.
Yo, we got
put some respect on his name. That's commanding general in the shot.
Hey, put some respect on my man, the Serbian Rasta. Pull the gun out. CIA, my brother, my big brother, my real Rasta brother on my channel. They gonna be mad at me now. I got my man Pitar in the building, the Serbian Rasta, and then we got the Zion, the dude Zion. He said he's the real Rasta. He said he's the real Rasta. Zion, unmute your mic, bro.
All right.
Introduce yourself.
Introduce yourself.
Hold on. Let me see if Zion mic working.
The white boy with two guns. He got the shades.
I'm in the room.
Zion. Zion is here. All right, beautiful, Zion. Unmute your mic. JJ, take over now. JJ,
hold on, he's from Transylvania. Yo, stop playing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, what we have here today is a failure of somebody communicating. You understand me? We had two brothers right here in the spirit. We're gonna say brothers because that's what it is. One of them is saying Haile Selassie is the gateway to this Rastafarian movement. The other brother from Syria, where are you from, brother?
Serbia.
My fault. Yeah, my fault. Serbia is saying that's not the way it go in the Rastafarian world. But we're gonna figure it out today on the Dagger Squad. Y'all go ahead, make sure you like and subscribe to the Dagger Squad. They over here doing their thing, just like the Sudo Killers and the Lions thing. It's a collaboration. So today we're gonna let these two brothers, conversate, dialogue, and we're gonna keep it respectful. I'm your host today, JJ7000.
Get it straight, JJ. Co-host, JJ.
Oh yeah, co-host. Yeah.
Not let the Hebrews run amok.
It's a Bobby Banger 7000 collaboration on the hosting tip. So we're gonna go ahead and let these brothers introduce themselves, and we're finna get it in and find out who is the real Rastafari.
Yeah, let them introduce themselves, and then I'm gonna throw out that first question. Right? We know the body of the conversation is gonna be on the doctrine, right? So introduce yourself, and I'll throw out that first question and let y'all answer that. So go ahead and introduce yourself. I call him the Serbian with two guns. I want to say you coming from Transylvania, but that's just a joke like Count Rastafari. But go ahead, introduce yourself, man.
Good morning. My name is Petar Vukotic. I am a member of the Order of Primus St. Croix. Primus St. Croix. We are headquartered in St. Lucia in the British Commonwealth Islands. And I had a show up from my man Garfield. He called me, he said, come on the live. So here we are.
What's your qualifications on the subject, though? Hold on. What's your qualifications on the subject?
So yeah, I'm Xion. You know what I'm saying? I've been in the practice of Rastafari for over 30 years. You know what I'm saying? Grew up in it, New York. You know what I'm saying? Thick with Rastafari, Brooklyn, Queens, Manhattan. You know what I mean? And so I understand. And when I say I practice, I've been to Nyabinghi's, I've been to Bingi House, I've been to 12 tribes, I've been around Bubble Shantis, I've been around all of the elders them, you know what I'm saying? I even met Haile Selassie's, you know what I'm saying, family members, you know, at a Nyabinghi function. So when I say I'm a part of this thing, I'm actually a part of the original mansions of Rastafari, which began with Leonard Howell, with Mortimer Plano, with Prince Emmanuel, with the UNIA, the United Negro Improvement Association, and the EWF, the Ethiopian World Federation. If your organization is not about that, and you from St. Croix, so you must know about Akai Becca and Midnight.
Well,
you're
talking about
Von Benjamin.
You're talking about the U.S. Virgin Islands. We're actually headquartered in the British Commonwealth Islands, so we're pretty close, but not the exact same.
Gotcha. Okay. I respect
okay,
that.
So let's get in here. Rasta Peter, real quick. Rasta Peter, how many years you been practicing? How many years? My man said he got 30, right? And how many years you got doing this?
How many years?
Yeah, how many years?
I don't know. Let's count. Let's just say 10 years, because I can't. I don't know the exact number.
That's fine. So I see y'all both got some time into this.
Well, how old
so
are you,
let's,
brother?
Nah, come on, man, stop. You jumping in. Age don't got nothing to do.
Okay, all right.
Listen,
all right.
So our first question, which is really it actually came from Chefernel, right? And he just wanted to know something. So basically, I'm gonna throw the first topic is, to be a Rastafari, is it connected to a race, right? We know that race is not a biological actual experience, right? But so to be a Rastafari, do you have to be an indigenous African or from African descent, right? Meaning the mutations occurred on Africa proper. Is that a qualification to be a Rastafari, or is Rastafari open to anybody that get that message, right? So let's start with that, and we're gonna let's go with Peter the Rasta. Let him hit it first, and then you follow up with that.
Well, I would say that it depends on who you ask, because if you ask maybe a Nyabinghi or an Afrocentric Rastafarian, historical Rastafarian, they'll tell you it's a Black-only liberation movement, because religion is actually considered a dirty word to most Rastafarians. But if you ask us, if you ask the Order of Primus St. Croix, Rastafarianism is an open invitation to anybody who accepts the divinity and infallibility of Emperor Haile Selassie I of Ethiopia. Rastafari is a person, and it is not a term that the Jamaicans have a monopoly over. So if we don't follow Rastafari the person, then we cannot claim to be representatives of Rastafari.
Is there a source to support what you just said? Because that's how we're going to do it. Then I'm going to ask, do you have any source material that will support what you're saying?
Can you repeat it? My audio.
I said, is there any actual source material, doctrine, in the doctrine that states what you just said? Like, we need a source to support that, because you could just be talking, and I'm going to ask them the same thing. Can you support that? Or is it just, you know what I mean? There is no real source, but go ahead.
Well, the Order of Primus St. Croix, we have our own literature, right? And I'm sure the Nyabinghi does as well, and also the Bobo Shanti. Every one of these groups has their own literature. Leonard Howell had The Promised Key in 1935. That was his book, right? So as the Rastafari faith has evolved, so to speak, for lack of a better term, we have created a doctrine, just like the Bingi and Bobo Shanti and the 12 tribes of Israel have. But we are we do use the word religion. So to us, Rastafarianism is a religion. And we don't have a complex where we can't use suffixes like ism and schism when Haile Selassie himself spoke using suffixes, isms, and schisms.
Okay, so we got it. It's a doctrine thing. Go ahead, Zion. You hit that next, brother.
Say again?
No, you go ahead. We got him. He said it's basically a doctrine thing. It's basically based off of who, who's kicking the doctrine, whether that's allowed or not. But you go ahead, explain that. You know the question. Do I got to give it to you again, or do you got the question?
All right. So I agree with part of what he's saying. He just admitted that saying he has he comes from a newer order that's not foundational order. Saying I'm not going to tear down saying his doctrine. However, saying when you deal with the Rastafari doctrine, you're dealing with the original mansions. You're dealing with Nyabingi House. You're dealing with 12 tribes. You're dealing with Black Youth Faith. These were all organizations that began with the Black empowerment movement and the Black Israelite movement. The knowledge that we are Israel. That's what Leonard Howell came back from Harlem. He came back after being around Rabbi Matthew and Rabbi Ford. So
hold on a second. Hold on. I'm sorry to interrupt. Is this the guy from Ethiopia World Net?
You see, he just cut me off, right? No. Watch this. No. You see, he just cut me off, right?
Right, Zion. That's the first cut off. Right? Hey, count every time he cuts you off. Then you was accused of being. Hey, mute it for 1 second. Mute it for 1 second. This also happened on there. Now they let this dude keep cutting Zion off over and over and over again till Zion got fed up. And then now all of a sudden they painting the picture that now Zion has lack of discipline. That ain't how it went. They go to first cut off right there. Y'all keep track. Let's go, Zion.
Right.
Yes. The qualification is you have to be African or Black. That's what you're basically saying? Or are you saying it's just based off, who's kicking the doctrine? Like there's different doctrines, right? Because I think we come into with a brother Mr. Roda. What are you saying? There's no real qualification.
I'm saying that just like
on the doctrine.
Yeah. So just all right. So just like Christ came only for the lost sheep of Israel, but the Gentiles did seek after. The same thing with His Imperial Majesty. So there are white Rastas in the whole nine, but they don't have they cannot dictate the doctrine of Rastafari because the Rastafari doctrine was born from the Pan-African movement, the UNIA and the EWF. They don't have the authority to make judgment calls.
Okay, I like that. Hey, you can expound on that, Rasta P. You heard what he said. I like what the conversation is. He's saying you can be in it, but you ain't got no power in it. You agree?
Let me respond to that because there's even a church in Brooklyn, New York, for instance, on Gates Avenue called the Church of Haile Selassie I Incorporated, and they actually started an offshoot of the Ethiopian World Federation, the EWF, with Abuna Fox, who is now deceased. But just because people start offshoots and so like the UNIA, for instance, right? UNIA is the Garvey, the Marcus Garvey organization. Well, last time I checked, Marcus Garvey was slandering Haile Selassie. So as he said that we are a newer Rastafarian denomination, which is true. We are a newer mansion. What people don't understand is when he says we're not foundational, the issue here is Haile Selassie ruled Ethiopia from 1930 to 1974. If what he said was that the original Rasta started in the early 1930s, I think he said 1931 earlier. Okay, that was on the phone call before the show. He mentioned 1931. The issue with that is you still have 43 more years of Haile Selassie delving information. You know, he's still on earth. He's still creating laws. He's still his reign and legacy hasn't even ended yet. And they have a religion in its infancy. So their tenets obviously cannot be correct 100%. And they had the opportunity to amend these things, right? like the cannabis, for instance, right? If they had been smoking cannabis from 1931 to 1942, which is the first instance in imperial Ethiopian legislation where it becomes illegal, for instance, they could have amended that and been like, okay, Haile Selassie views cannabis to be a dangerous drug. Let's stop doing that. But they didn't do those things, right? So now we have these foundational Rastas, quote unquote. I refer to them as historical Rastafarians because this is history now. We have these foundational and historical Rastafarians who have absolutely nothing to do with Emperor Haile Selassie I. Whereas
we
actually represent His Majesty on earth. We actually represent his kingdom. And there's a difference between just being a Rastafarian and representing Haile Selassie I. That's
I got you. Freedom right there. We got a good point now. I gotta let him get
Notice I didn't cut him off, right?
Statements right there. Haile Selassie banged on the Majesty. You know what I'm saying? He banged on Garvey. So I gotta let my man go in. Go ahead. You heard what he said. You put that together good, bro. What you got for that statement right there? And after you make your statement, I'm gonna let y'all have a little conversation about the whole race thing back and forth. I'm not going to interrupt. So y'all should respect each other. So go ahead, respond to that, and then we'll have a little open section so y'all can have an intelligent dialogue just on that topic right there. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, y'all hit that like and subscribe button, man. We're bringing out the real information.
So, he's got a couple of problems, you know what I'm saying? And this is, man, what in the gentrification is going on here?
Oh, yeah.
So sincere, my brother.
Hold on. Stop the show. That was a good one, y'all. Everybody got to put an LOL on that one. Go ahead, fam. What in the gentrification is going on?
What in the gentrification is going on here? First and foremost, Haile Selassie has a autobiography, my nigga. He wrote his own book with 3 parts to it. We don't have to guess what he believed in because he stated it all through his own testimony. And I present that for the record. It's called Haile Selassie, My Life and Ethiopia's Progress. And nowhere in that does he ever denounce religion or his Solomonic authority, his royal reign. He doesn't. Number 2, one of the things he said is that since man cannot know the mind of God, that man cannot question the faith of others. And this is why I'm not going to, jump down your throat. However, at the end of the day, His Imperial Majesty supported the Rastafarians. He actually blessed them when he came on that airplane through the clouds, kind of like Christ ascended up to the heavens. He descended down to gather the outcasts and dispersed of Israel. Not the Gentile. He did not come for the Gentile. He went to Martin Luther King's grave and placed wreaths on his memorial. He went to all of the people who were disenfranchised and oppressed by the European because he just got out of a war with Italy, who continued to try and usurp his authority. And here this brother is arguing that he's an evolution. You sound so Darwin to me, brother. I'm almost ashamed.
That's why I said it was lack of
hold on, brother. I didn't cut you off. All due respect. You know what I mean? And I love the books in the background. Kind of looks like a law library, but it's all good.
Oh, yeah, you can't cut.
At the end of the day, I'm just gonna say this, you know what I'm saying? Brother, Haile Selassie did not particularly care for marijuana. I think that's a fallacy argument. It's a straw man argument. That has nothing to do with the price of a can of beans. You know what I'm saying? Because there are a lot of Rastafari who are out there getting educations, like myself. You know what I'm saying? I'm in pre-law.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not
call
just
that
sit around weed smoking. I
call
don't
that
do
a
that.
Chris
I actually
Harris
argue.
logical fallacy, everybody. Chris Harris has
Right.
had Has his own fallacy named after him. It's called the Chris Harris logical fallacy. And brother from Transylvania, that's what you're doing here.
No, don't jump in there,
better than what you're doing.
JJ, don't do that. Right now, you're messing it up.
Yeah.
So now both of y'all. So this is what I want to do now. So we know what the conversation is. Now I want y'all to go ahead and ask each other some questions based around what we're talking about right now at the moment. Y'all just jump in. Ain't nobody gonna interrupt y'all. Just be respectful of the conversation and know the people.
So you want to ask a question first, Mr. Serbian?
Y'all have a conversation. Like, you know how you have a conversation in real life?
Okay.
Go.
Yeah.
Based around what y'all just said.
Go ahead. Yeah. Well, let me ask you this, brother. Do you respect the historical Rastafarian movement in its original state?
Well, I think respect is due to the original Rastafarians. You know, Haile Selassie did award gold medals to the original Rastafarians, you know, but he did not endorse their beliefs, actually. And I just wanted to point out real quick that he said that the autobiography, the information in the autobiography, I was just having a conversation with somebody recently who said, you know, I was telling them about how homosexuality was criminalized by Haile Selassie in 1957. And the guy said, that's not in the autobiography. The point being is, not everything that Haile Selassie said or did is in his autobiography. You see the law books behind me, the Consolidated Laws of Ethiopia, that's 3 volumes. That's 3 volumes of Haile Selassie's legislation from 1930 to 1974. So the Order of Primus St. Croix, we're different than your original Rastafarians because we actually follow and adhere to the laws that Haile Selassie passed. We actually follow and adhere to all the books in his Faculty of Law, Haile Selassie I University textbooks, the law library, and the law school that he founded. So there's much more to Haile Selassie than just 2 translated autobiographies from the Amharic language. There's many more sources. We actually have our own digital library. I can give you the link to that too. There's more books on there than I can count.
Okay. I'll say this. You know the Constitution of the EWF, right?
I'm familiar with it.
You're familiar with it?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense to me.
I mean, I've read it before.
So you have all of these laws, but you don't have the Constitution that he established for African Americans and Africans of the diaspora. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, it's online. Anyone can find that.
But you don't know it. So you know all of this other stuff, but you don't know the ones that he dealt with African Americans specifically about.
No, we know those too.
You're privy to it, but you're not versed.
Sure, you could say that.
Okay. All right. I'll land my plane.
Go ahead, Rasta Peter. Yeah, he ended the point. Go ahead. So you gotta say something. You look like you got a duck on that one. Go ahead. Hit him back. Get him.
I don't know what his point is. Which article in the EWF Constitution are you referring to? What do you want to talk about? What is the point?
You just said that you really don't. You're privy to it, but you don't know it. So I don't think that's, you know what I'm saying. My point is this. You know what I'm saying. The Rastafari movement formed out of the African American diaspora, and the white Rastas that I know, you know what I'm saying, subscribe to a black, you know what I'm saying, God, deity, you know what I'm saying, they subscribe to the original historic tenets of the faith at its base level, because without it there is no royal dignity. You must have a royal dignity. I don't care whether you believe that it's a myth or not, because you ain't arguing against British myths about their royal bloodlines. You ain't arguing against St. Patrick and his mythos. You ain't arguing against the mythos of a culture, but you're going to sit here with your cape on, Count Jocular, I'm teasing me, and try to claim authority over a doctrine that was based upon the oppression of African Americans and Africans in the diaspora. Hold on. So what I'm saying is you kind of have an audacity that most traditional Rastas would consider heresy.
Damn. That's
not that we discriminate against white Rastafari. We don't. You know that. But what you're speaking of is heretic doctrine. You're trying to redefine the faith, and it wasn't. I don't think that's your place. No disrespect. You know what I mean?
We're not trying. We've already done it successfully.
Yeah. So like your missionaries that came to Africa and offered us a Bible and gave us back nothing.
You cut them off. No, you see what this did?
Get out of here, man. Get out of here, man. Fire bun.
Listen. No, listen. Yo, he was about to respond to you, you cut him off. That ain't good conversation. That man finished.
I think he's just building, going back and forth.
Serbian.
He said something. I can't remember what he said.
For the fire bun part? Fire burn?
It was before
Do I have
that.
to say it in English? Okay.
He said something about authority. I was going to respond, but I lost it. But
yeah, because you had said earlier about you denied the Solomonic dynasty. Haile Selassie never denied the Solomonic dynasty.
We're not jumping in that yet. We ain't jumping in that yet. Come on, yo. We dominate the conversation.
You have all of these antiquated texts, you know what I'm saying, of Ethiopian law. My uncle is probably, his name is probably written in a lot of those books that you have up there. Reginald Bruce.
Yeah.
I can give you a whole history on him. He actually was Haile Selassie's advisor for the United Nations.
You gotta hold on, bro. You gotta let him talk, yo.
What are you doing, bro?
Your voice is mad low.
Cut him off. You gotta let him talk. Oh, is it?
He didn't say nothing.
Yeah, I can barely hear you sometimes.
Okay, how about now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No, I'm saying let him finish. He ain't get to finish. You cut him and he kind of forgot it. Let him make it,
Okay.
All right.
Don't jump into the Solomon thing yet. Don't jump to that.
Let him make a point. And then
John, you see how I'm trying to hold his hand?
Once, and then at the end of it, I'm white and I don't belong, and then I forget what he's saying. So go
He
back
coming
to
to save.
Let's go back to the
Coming to save.
I'm one of the hosts of the show, right? So let me just ask you this: who is the originator of the Rastafari movement?
Yo, you jumping, yo. Don't do that. Come on, JJ.
Look it up.
Changing the conversation now. Yo, you asking the question.
Okay, where we at with the conversation? Where we at?
Yeah, they right. You messing it up. He said it already. He said he feel like
they keep talking too bubble gum.
And then at the end of the point, he don't belong. Right. So go ahead, Zion. We heard you.
I didn't say that he don't belong. I said he don't have no authority to change doctrine.
No authority because he's switching it up.
So that's Elder Emmanuel.
He's disregarding Haile Selassie. That's where we at. All right, let's go.
Well, I was gonna say if I have no authority and I'm disregarding Haile Selassie, why is it that our order and our mansion is responsible for publishing Haile Selassie's 1974 draft constitution? I've never seen Nyabingi do that. Never seen a Bobo Shanti do that. Never seen a 12 Tribes of Israel person do that. Are you familiar with the 1974 draft constitution? I mean,
I am. But listen, so you talking about the 1974 draft
JJ, he talking to which McConnell, JJ?
Oh, I thought he was talking to me. All right, let me get back. Let me take off
We
my
can get
debate.
into it later,
All right, y'all. Let me put my conversation back on, man. Damn.
Yeah, hold on. That's a fire question. That better not be true. That's all I can say.
All right, let's go.
I know that Zion. I know that better not be true, though, Zion. Go ahead, Zion.
Y'all speaking to me?
Yeah, you heard.
For some reason, you keep on going out. Maybe it's my device. I don't know, man. Every time you start talking, you start going into the matrix, man. I be trying to hear what you're saying. Right?
No, did you hear what he said?
I heard what he said.
All right, go ahead.
And he talking about 1974 Constitution. Haile Selassie died in 1974. He was trying to unite the different Ethiopian factions that have been warring with each other for antiquity. And what he wanted to do was he wanted to modernize Ethiopia. You know what I'm saying? He wanted to break out of the medieval culture that they had, where they continued to war against each other. And so he had the youth of the nation educated and going to schools all over the world, and then coming back to bring their knowledge back to Ethiopia. He actually abdicated his throne. Everybody thinks that he was, you know what I'm saying, overthrown. He was not overthrown.
Yeah,
He actually
Shalom
said that he was
Maria,
giving
Yeshua,
the
forever.
throne
Shalom
and the
Maki.
kingdom of Ethiopia over to its youth. So I mean, at the end of the day, you have your position, and I respect your position. However, one thing that I don't respect is the negative discourse about the origins and the original foundations of Rastafari.
That's what you were saying.
Because
Okay,
at the end of the day,
now I remember, because he said that I'm
Hold on, Peter, Peter. Don't let him do you like that. Answer the question, yo. Did they produce a document where they were producing that document? That document, you didn't answer that, bro. Stay right there, though.
Wait. What?
Not you, Rasta. Peter, you made a statement. You said none of them groups produced the document. Y'all was
not you. I'm not talking to you, NASA.
Why was y'all responsible for creating certain documents, right? You said that.
There's many doctrines that have been created. There's many
I said
doctrines that have been created since the original foundational doctrines of Rastafari.
I said documents.
Please,
Peter, say what you said again about a document that y'all was charged with producing. Let's go back there.
Stepped away.
No, yeah. All
right, there she go. What'd you say, Zai? Zai, what'd you say?
Over here defending this, they're trying to save this white boy. White boy so bad. Not you, white boy. I'm not talking to you.
Mean, I just don't get how. That's like me coming over to England somewhere, trying to tell the king and queen of England how to be royalty.
Right.
It's like me going over to the KKK, and saying that KKK ain't it right. Let me show you what you're doing wrong.
You ain't KKK-ing it right, son.
Right?
You know what I'm saying? You ain't banging like we supposed to bang, nigga. So watch this. Yo, Sean Ben Israel, Haile Selassie took the crown, and when he accepted the title Haile Selassie, you know what I'm saying, the first, that's from the order of David and Solomon, the Solomonic dynasty, the Amharic dynasty, which was deposed by the Tigrians, and this is why there is a genocide going on there in Ethiopia right now. So you can never find anything where Haile Selassie ever denounces the Solomonic dynasty, my brother, I promise you, because this is what made 72 nations bow before him. Okay, this is why the Europeans, you know what I'm saying, certain European nations would not step across his line. It's just the truth. So regardless of whether you believe in it, Sean Tompkins, you're always on that bullshit, whatever. I'm just gonna let all of that slide. Y'all need to do your research. Okay, regardless of whether y'all believe in it.
All right.
Stop misquoting the man.
We're gonna have to bring the brother Shaw. We're gonna have to bring the brother Shaw Ben Israel Talmud. Yeah.
He gonna have to get cleaned up.
Shout out to Sean Tompkins. Shout out to IJS. Welcome for joining the panel, brother. We're talking about. He said, "Who is the white Rastafarian?" He's the Transylvanian Rasta, and he's trying to teach someone who grew up in the culture about Rastafarianism. This is what is appalling to us. How dare you?
Right.
Let's go, man. Start the camera, Sister Kareem, please, and thank you.
Let's go.
I was saying there was his point about the EWF, because he's like, well, what are you privy to the EWF Constitution and you're claiming to know Haile Selassie? I'm telling him there's a whole other
tit for tat. Right.
There's a whole other
tit for tat. I'll eat that. I'll eat that.
No,
I'm privy to it, but I'm not.
Listen, bro.
I'm not versed in it. Just the same way you're not versed in
the
Federation Constitution.
Come on, man. I'm saying I'm an excellent person to understand straight questions.
I'm giving him respect.
No, you don't do it.
I don't know about his thing, just like he doesn't know much about mine.
So you did that on purpose. You dove in on purpose when he was about to explain what it was. So you basically saying what he's talking about is not important, right? I just want to make sure. You're
No,
saying
what I'm saying is
thing
that
he's
he's
talking about is
claiming to
not
be a
important.
Rastafarian. He's not a Rastafari
No,
because
man,
he's not
relax.
adhering
Yo.
to the. He can be
Zion.
a Selassieite or whatever you want to call it. They're practicing something different.
Nope.
Zion, listen to what I'm saying, Zion. Everybody free for a minute. Let's talk about this document that he claims everybody uses that they produced. Come on, dude, you muddying the water quick as hell with that.
Not everyone used it. He's talking about
Okay,
a draft document. Listen, hold on. Listen, West.
Just want to
He's
hear it. We
talking
don't
about
want to hear
a
your
draft
perspective yet.
document. He's talking about a
Fine.
1974 draft. I heard what he said. It's a draft document dealing with the draft. That's not all of his constitutional laws, and that's not specific to what the Rastafari movement is built upon. That's based upon the EWF Constitution. That's why I'm saying my argument was more relevant while he brought up a straw man argument about a draft document, a draft constitution. That's nothing to do with the Rastafari movement. The Rastafari movement is based upon the Constitution of the EWF solely. So if you're focusing on being a Rasta,
stop right there.
Wait, hold on.
Stop. You did a good job.
If he's saying he's a
Rastafari, you're going too far. Stop right there. We heard you. That's what we wanted to hear. We wanted to hear that answer right there. Don't go too far. Yo, we right in the sweet spot now. We got it. Now we know the dominant. No. You land that motherfucker. Don't crash it. Go ahead, respond to what he just said.
You see that? I get cut off, right?
Because he said there ain't nothing, nigga. That's just a draft.
Right.
You overemphasize your point. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Well, so what the point I was making was that there was 3 constitutions by Haile Selassie. You have the 1931 Constitution, then he revised it to the 1955 Constitution, which many Rastas follow. The EWF Constitution, like he said, it was geared towards African Americans, but the 1974 draft Constitution is pretty much the 4th installment right before Haile Selassie was deposed. It was kind of like his provisions for the future of Ethiopia, like where his mind was at, what he actually wanted. Although it didn't become official law, it still gives you insight into what Haile Selassie was thinking and what he wanted for the future of Ethiopia. And a lot of Rastafarians don't know that one. So all I was saying was, look, you got the EWF, you based your doctrine and everything around the EWF. There's other constitutions that Rastafarians aren't even familiar with. But all I wanted to say, though, was that I got 3 sources that show and demonstrate and prove that Haile Selassie did not accept the historicity of Solomon and Sheba. So he said, I'm fighting against Haile Selassie's disposition towards the historicity of Solomon. No, I have 3 different sources.
Do you see how he asserted those 3 citations without naming them yet?
Hold on, yeah.
I want to pull that.
That's Garfield here. Now that is huge. If he provides that, the conversation is over, bro. The conversation is over. If he provides that, the conversation is over. I just want to say that. All right, let me mute back.
Yeah, well, we're getting to that portion. I get it. So we got it now. So there seems to be a like a fudge area between the documents produced, right? So at this point, listen to the conversation. I'm thinking that point of the documentation, the quote unquote document that was produced by your particular group, Peter Rasta, I feel like you overemphasize that. He's saying that shit ain't even important. You making it seem like that's something that was super slick. He's saying no, it ain't.
Well, if you knew the contents of that constitution, you would understand that is super slick.
Oh, so maybe we can talk about that. Or do y'all want to move forward? I think everybody heard it. He's saying it's super slick, Zion. You saying it's not. What makes it super slick?
He said that the law wasn't enacted, and so that is not even a law. So that takes away from that. As far as I'm concerned, wait, hold on, brother.
Yeah, don't go long, though, Zion. Don't do it. Don't make him forget.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to get a word across, and he's cutting me off before. And I'm, right, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to behave as well.
Yeah, you got to. This is back and forth.
He just said that the law was not enacted. It wasn't a. You could see into his mind.
Correct.
That objection, speculation. Objection, speculation, hearsay, testimony, lack of foundation.
Go ahead, Ross.
Talking to the law line. We can take this to court.
Let me
No,
respond.
relax.
Respond though.
Yeah, respond to that. Go ahead, go.
When does official imperial Ethiopian law matter to a Rastafarian? That's my question.
What matters to a Rastafari is the Bible and how Haile Selassie established the gathering of the outcast and dispersion.
I rest my case.
There's the laws that he gave us, that he brought to us. I'm not talking about nothing else. And that's Rastafari. If you're practicing anything else, then you're practicing like Ethiopian Orthodox, you know what I'm saying? Or you're practicing a different, but you're not practicing Rastafari. That's what I'm saying.
You cannot say
Your phone going out. Your phone going out. Your phone going out.
Listen to me very carefully. You cannot say Rastafari and then disregard Haile Selassie's instructions. You cannot do that because Rastafari is a person. And if you don't follow all of his laws, I don't give a damn if he wrote them in China. If you're not following imperial Ethiopian law, you're not a Rasta. You are a historical Rastafarian. You are history. That is done in past.
So says the bald head.
So now we're saying that a certain haircut gives you authority.
No. I'm saying that a person who does not have authority to discuss a religion that grew out of the oppression of African people can speak upon what is canon and what is not. I'm saying that you don't have that authority because what you're doing is applying white supremacy right now. Well, you think that you're smarter than we are. You're stating that. Wait.
Yo, your phone
wait, let me
going
finish.
out.
Let me finish, man. Because what he's doing is he's trying to dismiss the foundations of the very faith that he's claiming to believe in.
So wait.
That's wickedness.
Hold on, watch this. So that kind of answers the overall question that we're in right now. You're basically saying, right, and he can respond to this, what he's basically saying is that the actual Rastafari movement, the whole thing was based off of fighting the oppression of African people. Now, if that's true, then he might have got you in that segment. We can move on. Is that true, Rasta Peter? Is that true? Just want to hear your point. Is that statement true?
Well, let's look at the origins, right? Because Leonard Howell and the Rastas in Jamaica were protesting against the British monarchy's rule in Jamaica, and they were like, "Listen, we're not subject to the Queen. We're subject to the King of Kings," right? That was the whole. This is how it all kind of started, right? The Black liberation, the oppression of the blacks in the West, in the Indies, in the West Indies, in the West, in America. This is how Rastafarianism started, and we give respect for that. However, once that foundation was established, things changed because Haile Selassie was a living person, and he gave instructions beyond Leonard Howell. Okay, Leonard Howell isn't the authority because he wrote a book in 1935. The authority is Emperor Haile Selassie I, and if your doctrine, your tenets, your whatever doesn't correspond with Emperor Haile Selassie, then you don't have authority. I don't care what color you are.
The authority that he gave to the Africans of the diaspora in the EWF Constitution was the basis for the foundation of Sheshamani, the land that he gave to African Americans of the diaspora.
I agree with that.
That is the law he gave us. That is the law he gave us. Now, if we go to the Bible, you can see that there are different laws for Levitical priests. There are different laws for Judites. There are different laws for Benjamites. There's different laws for different tribes. He dealt with the people of diaspora specifically, and he gave us a constitution. And this is what the original historicity, like you keep on saying, trying to place the foundations of what you believe in.
Yeah, but we're not talking
in the trash. Wait, that's why I'm offended. That's why I'm offended. Because at the end of the day, you might not have to believe in it. You might want to follow all of the other laws that had to do with the Tigrians, that had to do with the Oromos, that had to do with the Eritreans, all of these other laws that he had to place dealing with 85 different ethno groups in Ethiopia, and you think that they all apply to you. That's false.
Freeze. Freeze that.
Brother,
freeze that. Hold on. No. You're going too long. You're going too long. You can't go that long. Can't go that long. Go ahead, answer that. Then we're gonna move into the next segment because that's you didn't disagree with that. But go ahead, brother.
I gotta answer that.
Answer that. Go ahead.
We're not just talking about a provincial ruler who is setting laws for certain groups. Here's some laws for Americans. Here's some law for Tigrayans. Here's some law for Eritreans. We are talking about the Almighty God in the flesh manifested on earth. His word is the law. His laws are the law. And you cannot say that he's giving favor or he's giving preferential treatment or special laws to certain groups. Okay, this is God we're talking about. He doesn't care if you're Tigrayan, Oromo, Amhara, Jamaican, American. There is no discrimination before the Lord. That's my response.
You just cut yourself. Because what you said.
All right, so look, hold on. We just want to move on to the next segment. Yeah, because I heard what y'all said, and he said Haile Selassie was God.
He just cut himself because Haile Selassie never claimed to be God. And if he listens to Haile Selassie, that means that he has to accept that Haile Selassie never claimed to be God.
Hold on for a minute. So you want to hold on. Do y'all want to have that discussion real quick about Haile Selassie being God? Because I know what I'm gonna say.
I gotta correct.
Y'all want to talk about that for a moment?
Whether he wants to hear it or not, I gotta correct him.
No. Hold on, whoa. Let him finish his point. Because you be going on the schmirl that Haile Selassie is not God. Let him finish his schmirl, and then you come in. Then we're gonna move on to the body of what we're talking about. Go ahead, Zion. Talk about Haile Selassie.
Okay. So the brother just tried to come with the laws of Haile Selassie, but Haile Selassie detoured those from believing that he was God. This is why I applied the Ruach HaKodesh doctrine.
No, let him talk.
The Holy Spirit upon the flesh of David. He said he is a mere man. He is immortal and he would die like a man. Haile Selassie never claimed to be God, and he actually told Rastafarians in the beginning that he is not God. So what you just did was contradict yourself, my brother. Hold on. You just contradicted yourself, because what you're saying is that we should follow all of the laws that he has provided, and I'm not necessarily against that. However, because he's the ruler, you got to understand the difference between El and El Elyon. Okay, El can mean a lord, a judge, a king, a priest. Now, so let me just put my period right here. So at the end of the day, when you say that he is God, you are actually arguing against Haile Selassie.
When did Haile Selassie ever say that he was not God? Question. When did Haile Selassie a source? I want to see.
He said he's not fine. Yep. I'll prove it.
No. Because here's the thing: people misinterpret Haile Selassie's words. See, this is the issue. When Haile Selassie was aboard Bill McNeil's on the CBC, the Royal Train, aboard on Bill McNeil's interview, right? And they asked him, there are millions of Christians, Your Imperial Majesty, who regard you as the reincarnation of Jesus Christ. And what did he say? He said, I have heard of that idea. I spoke to certain Rastafarians, and I told them that I am a man, that I will be replaced by the oncoming generation, and that they should never make a mistake in assuming or pretending that a human being is emanated from a deity. That's what he said. And then in 1966, when he was asked directly in Jamaica, when are you going to tell the Rastafarians that you're not God? He responded by saying, who am I to disturb their beliefs, right? So Haile Selassie never denied his own divinity. He denied being the reincarnation of Christ, and he denied the supernatural doctrines that say that Jesus was born from a literal ghost and a virgin in antiquity and reincarnated as him. 2,000 years later, he rejected those tenets and those doctrines because he was a mortal man, because the emperor was a natural human being. God manifested on the earth, as a natural human being in 1892. He lived a natural life, died in 1975 when he was murdered. That takes nothing away from his divinity.
He was not murdered. He was not murdered.
I have the book right here, my man. He was murdered in
He was not murdered. That's propaganda.
He
He was not murdered.
He was suffocated by
Okay,
Daniel
let's. All right, hold on. Let's
became
freeze. Hold on, let's
Abba
freeze.
Kadosh.
Let's
He
freeze.
became
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Abba
whoa,
Kadosh.
freeze.
He went and became a priest, and there's photographs of him.
You think
Hold
that
on, everybody freeze. Wait, we can work on that. Hold on, we can work with that. Hold on. I'm trying to understand what Peter the Rasta just said. I thought you was arguing that he was God, and then everything you just said was saying that he wasn't God. You confused me with that.
No, okay, so I'm not saying that he's God, and he
Not
never
you,
said he
not
was
you.
God. Actually,
No.
he says right here,
So
hold on.
both of y'all-
He says, "Do not worship me. I am not God. I am only a man. I worship Jesus Christ."
That's a fake.
That is his
Yeah, I wasn't
own
talking to you. I
statement.
wasn't
That's
talking-
a fake
I wasn't
quote.
talking-
I
talking
thought
to you.
you were
That is his
Rastafari.
own testimony.
How can you, as a Rastafari, you should be ashamed of yourself, man, coming up here with fake quotes.
Now, you need to stop. You're too white to say that to me.
Y'all talking about authority, spiritual authority and stuff, and you don't even understand that's a fake quote.
Hold on, Rasta, freeze, Rasta. Hold on for a minute.
Bruh.
So are you saying, hold on, wait, Zion, hold on. So Rasta, are you saying, I'm talking about Rasta Peter, are you saying that Haile Selassie is God or not God? I just want to be clear that you confused me. Yes or no? Is he God or he not?
Emperor Haile Selassie I is God. He is the
Okay,
father.
now stop. Okay, now stop.
God is no divinity.
Okay, relax. We got it. But everything you said kind of argued against that. You start saying, I'm not saying my divinity. You did all that kind of confusion. That's all.
Well, God, here's the thing. God doesn't operate the way that humanity thinks he should operate as supernatural wisdom.
Okay, I'm going to freeze right there. Listen, y'all heard me. We're going to move on to this. What I will say, and as we move forward to move out this section, what I will say is that in my, not even my opinion, once we realize, right, that Haile Selassie is God, then as God, he got a right to say whatever he want to say. And his doctrine, based off what you said, was based off of black people, was based off of helping black people. You said he threw down the law. So if that's the case, then as a God, you got a right to make that shit up any kind of way you want. And it seemed like he made it up for African people. I don't think nobody can get around that. Let's move on to the next section, man. Right? Where you at, Garfield? This whole Solomon aspect, and this will be the body of the conversation. Solomon, the doctrine, the origins of it, right? One says that it ain't got nothing to do with Solomon. He ain't real, and one says something else. What you got to say real quick, Garfield, before they dive into that?
Yeah, he said, thank you, brother. He said that he has three sources that says that he didn't follow or believe in the Solomonic dynasty. Now, I've never heard that before. I'm not saying never heard it, but never seen that evidence before. I've heard it before, but never seen it. Now, if the brother Peter has it, I know he'll send it to me in email. So after today's show, please forward the sources that you have so I could present it again to the world, because this is very important. If Haile Selassie does not believe in the Solomonic dynasty, Rastafarianism ends today. That's how far I'll say.
Historical Rastafarianism ends today. I agree.
Okay. All right. Let's go.
I agree. But with regard,
we do need the difference. And how about that? So before y'all get into it, what's the difference between an historical Rastafari? I don't even know if Zion agrees to that. I don't know if Zion
Can you
agrees
cite
to
those sources for me, so I can look them up?
No. Hold on. I know, right here, right up here. Hey, I'm telling you, let's deal with that source first before you go to that next point, please. Let's deal with those sources.
All right,
that's the key to this section right now.
In the section before it starts. Kill a section. All right, let's deal with them sources. Go ahead, Rasta Peter. Count Rasta Peter.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, this guy's saying that I'm not Rastafari, but he doesn't even accept His Majesty's divinity. He's coming up with fake quotes. Like, I get this every day. I get this all the time. You know, it's like, you guys are telling me I can't be Rastafarian. Meanwhile, y'all are just using the emperor's name in vain. The Bible says, do not use the Lord's name in vain. Every time you shout Rastafari, you are using the Lord's name in vain. You don't even accept that he's God. Explain
No,
that.
it's not. Rastafari is not his name, it's a title.
Ras is a title. Tafari is his name.
Ras goes to the Hebrew, Rosh Tifereth. If you understand Hebrew, then you'll know what Rastafari actually means. And then you'll know that, wait, hold on. And then in the Hebrew, Haile Selassie is Helil Shalosh in the Hebrew. Do you know that?
Hey, hold on a second, bro. I got to stop you for a second before the Serbian. Now, Ras is he speaking in Amharic or in the Ethiopian language when he says Ras?
That's
or
right.
is he speaking in Hebrew? We got to be careful with this cross-language stuff. We get into Asar Imhotep territory now. We got to be easy. All right.
There's translations from the Amharic to the Hebrew. In fact, it was not the foundation of the Amharic. There would have been no real translations for the Rosetta Stone and stuff. So when they translated the scrolls of Qumran, they actually had to use Amharic and Ge'ez because these were the closest languages.
The mighty Hebrew building
and languages of Africa.
You said what about the Rosetta Stone?
Come on, yo, you keep on putting the
Hey,
jump on me, and you're not.
No, I'm not. Relax. You gonna say it? I'm asking a question. What you say about the Rosetta Stone?
Come on, I know you feel it, boy.
No,
and that's
I'm
okay.
Not, bro.
But let me speak.
Bro, I'm asking you a question. You said Rosetta Stone.
No, see, yes. Pause it real quick. Sister Karima.
That, man, relax, yo. God damn.
Pause it real quick.
You cut me off. Cut me off, bro.
Now y'all see, Zion. You see, well, you was there.
I was behaved. Yo. But then he tried to paint me as the person who didn't behave themselves.
Yes, Mario, Yeshua forever. Garfield should be ashamed of himself. Michael Smith is in the building. The mighty Hebrew Prince Charland Dean Sr. is in the building. And this is what we do at the Lions Den. We go on the road and we kick ass and take names later. Then we come back home and we show y'all what we did. These guys, I ain't gonna say the pseudo killers, but over there at Garfield, and I ain't gonna say that because Black Lion Supreme came over here and got beat up. I went over there and beat them up, so I ain't gonna say that. But some of these guys are scared to leave the fishbowl and get in there with some of these sharks. But these sharks not knowing they in the ocean with the goddamn killer whales from the Lion's Den. Let's go.
Garfield, did you hear this man say something about the Rosetta Stone and the Hebrew? What was he saying?
Yeah, I'm trying to say, why would he even bring that up, though? That doesn't even make any sense.
Right. What did then get mad because I'm stopping him for a minute? Come on, dude.
So that's 3 times.
Zion, unmute your mic, bro.
Let's go. Crying, Zion.
Oh, he jumped out. He left.
I probably would have jumped out too. I probably
3 times.
But hold on, though. Let's not let Peter off the hook. Peter, you say you got 3 sources that Selassie said he's not a part of the Solomonic dynasty. Can you provide those right now, my brother?
Oh yeah. You better believe I got those sources. I just want to say real quick.
Let me tell you something. One person I know, when he says he got something, he ain't. What was Funk said? He ain't faking the funk. He ain't doing a fake jump shot. He's legitimate when it comes to sources. So now
y'all
I'm telling
see how
y'all right now,
confident he is about his sources, right? Watch.
He's not. And by the way, too, I don't.
You got something to say? Ask Karima.
You know why?
Because
his
real quick.
premise of being the emperor is based on the Solomonic.
Please just stop it real quick. Now,
hold on.
Got the grocery bag. He got the grocery bag high in the air. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, he got all of the groceries right now, right? That's what he's saying. He said, oh yeah, I can provide those sources. Watch when it's time to provide the sources, y'all. Please continue.
So if he disavowed it, that means his whole kingship was fake. So I don't believe it. But if you say you have it, you're going to make me a believer. Go ahead, my brother.
His kingship was symbolic. It wasn't fake. It was symbolic, right? The Bible deals with a lot of symbolism. We're talking about Ethiopia. It's over there on the Red Sea. It's very close to ancient Arabia, Israel, Palestine. We're talking about the Ark of the
All right, provide the source. Let's go. Let's get the sources. Let's go.
Let me just say real quick, these people are going ham in the chat right now, talking about Haile
Don't worry
Selassie.
about that, Pitar. Trust me. Don't look at the chat,
real
bro.
quick,
Leave the chat alone, bro.
See now that he's not going
Let's get
by.
homeboy ran.
Hold on,
That
please
information
stop.
will
Please
kill
stop
him.
it. Please stop the button.
So I don't know why he should be right here.
Now that he's not going by Garfield's narrative, Garfield, hurry up, say source. Say, did you catch that? Did you catch that, Zion?
Right. Yep.
That damn Garfield slick as hell, boy.
Now you put him on a hot seat. Now watch this boy study check out of actually providing a citation, an accurate and incredible citation. Watch what he provides. Go ahead, Karima.
I was on his
It would have killed him. I'm on his side too. I'm on his side too.
I'm on his side. I gave him the first round. I gave him the first round conversation because it was
Stop the goddamn press.
Stop. I gotta run in this story. I gotta run in this story real quick. Get the sources. Don't read them yet.
Wait a minute.
Hold them. Don't read it yet. Give me 2 minutes.
You want me to email it?
She stepped
I was going to email it to you.
That's all right. I'm gonna write it down.
Email them. Yeah, go email them.
Now,
go ahead. Email that right now. Email that right now.
Yeah, you do realize though that if Haile Selassie,
unless he's talking about you, Zion. He might be talking about you.
Really, he's talking to his people first, bro. Like, and then and since you say he God, then when he say go, you just know that's the rule. God is the leader, right? That's the figurehead.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So when these Rastafarians say you don't have authority, you don't do this, you don't even follow Rastafari.
Zion, who he said he gave the first round to?
God, what are you talking about?
We're gonna yeah, I see what that mix-up is. You think about the spooky God, he think about the God in flesh, the God that walk on earth.
Exactly. So what we're saying is the identity of God, right? Because God is a spirit who transcends space, matter, time, and energy. We understand all that. But the identity of God, the personality of God.
You never said Haile Selassie was God.
He lived on Earth from 1892 to 1975. That changes theology. That doesn't just change Rastafarianism. That changes the world. That changes world history. That's bigger than whatever a dreadlock does or whatever a dreadlock represents on somebody's head. Like that's bigger. That's the universe we're talking about. We're not just talking about reggae music.
Karima, are you there? Karima.
Yeah.
Are you there? It's important points that you need to stop and pause real quick.
Hey, Peter, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
All right. Now, did y'all hear him say there's more important points than just reggae music? But when I get a hold of him, I'm gonna ask him to name 5 Rastafarians that made an influence. And he's gonna name 5 singers. Rastafarian singers. I just want to point that out before 7,000 get a hold of them. All right. And then he sits up here and denounces Haile Selassie. And then I say, well, where are you getting your information from? And then he says, Haile Selassie.
And then he says that Haile Selassie is God the Father. That he's God the Father.
You never said, hold on. I don't want to speak for you. Have you ever said that Haile Selassie is God?
No, I said that word El can apply to judges, kings, priests, etc. It's not the Father. It's not the Father. And then the word itself, even Christ, you know what I'm saying, is the Son of God. And then the Ruach is the Holy Spirit of God that comes upon flesh through the prophets, priests, and kings. It's very simple. It's not rocket surgery.
And guess what else he did? Remember when you asked him about the Ruach? He said, "Oh, I don't know nothing about etymology, right?"
He didn't even know what the Ruach was.
And then later on, when me and him get to going, he tries to do etymology. Right, you didn't catch that yesterday, did you? Watch. Did you catch that yesterday?
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Let's go, Sister Karima.
Hear you.
So you said, so you switched it without you even knowing. You said that Haile Selassie is the personality of God. You did the Christian thing on this real quick. So either he God or he not. You know what I'm saying? You say he's the personality of God.
God is
How can he be the person?
God is personified in the scripture, right? So the physical manifestation of God is Emperor Haile Selassie I.
All right, so he's actually not. So you're saying God personifies in one point in time and space in the form of Haile Selassie.
That's right.
What you're basically saying.
That's correct. That's correct.
So what about the other? So watch this. This is why this don't make sense to me, right? So is there anything that precedes God? Does anything precede God?
Does anything precede God?
Yeah, like is there something before God that made God?
Are you talking about before the
anything? I'm saying before anything. Is there something that exists in an environment before God that made God?
No, you said God. Come on, man.
God is eternal, right?
Right.
Okay.
Come on, Uncle. That's a dumbass question.
Thank
The
you.
hell
So
you doing,
are
huh?
you sure that everything comes from God?
I would say so.
Okay. So if everything comes from God, and you admitted to that, right? Then nothing can actually come after God. Meaning God doesn't stop, and then all of a sudden something else starts. Right or wrong? Correct?
I don't know. You're getting a little. It's getting a little.
I'm not. No, think about it though. If everything proceeds from God, everything, and there's nothing before God, then there's nothing after God. You get what I'm saying to you?
I don't know if I can agree to that premise because it's a little more nuanced than that. We can't just speak in absolutes about this because when we talk about
God.
Yeah, but when we talk about
Get out the way. Well, what is Unc doing, y'all? And they try to say that JJ was a bad host.
Like
I've been quiet for a long
That's
time.
God intervening.
What the hell going on?
Creating the universe, right?
Okay. Oh, right.
Then when we're talking about genetic code, for instance, we're talking about DNA, the DNA molecular structures. We're talking about information coded in the DNA. We can also say that God intervened and created life on Earth, right?
Gotcha.
And then when Haile Selassie manifests on Earth in 1892, and lives until 1975, we can say God intervened again into his creation and manifested on Earth to give humanity instructions for the blueprints and of creating heaven on Earth and also in righteousness and morality. And then we can say after his death, now it's our responsibility to
okay, so watch this point then. Now watch this point I'm making here. So you agree that nothing comes before God, right? So my point is anything that God, if nothing came before God, anything, you gotta mute that Garfield. You gotta mute that Garfield.
Yeah, I got you.
All right, good. So watch this. If you admit that nothing comes before God, then the only thing in existence is God. You agree with that, am I correct?
The only thing in existence is God.
It's God. Yeah. If you say nothing came before God, then hell, the only thing there is God. So watch this. So when God creates, where does God get the pieces from to create, bro? He would have to get it from himself. Am I tripping or what? You get my point? Come on, yo, work with me. I'll walk you down the gallows right now.
I understand where you're going with it.
Am I wrong with that statement though? Stay with me. I know you walking into the trap and you just smelling a mile away, but it's too late.
Perhaps you're right. Here's the problem. Because if we're saying that everything is God and everyone is God and everyone is of God,
that ain't what I'm saying. I ain't get to that part yet. I ain't saying that. I'm saying that there's nothing that precedes God. You admitted to that. That's what you got at on that point.
Y'all.
And we're gonna take it straight to how it's like. Watch how I do this. So if nothing exists before God, then anything in existence would have to be God, because when God created anything, he can't go to somewhere else and grab some pieces. The pieces would have had to come from God, whether that's DNA, whether that's molecules, and all the things you spoke about would have to be a piece of God. No more different than if you walked up to an ocean and scooped it out, a cup of water.
Exactly. He just slipped in his scientific method into the conversation. Did he not?
See ocean, just a cup of the ocean, not the whole body of the ocean.
Okay, I see you in the chat.
If you did a chemical analysis of that water, you would know that was salt water ocean. That's what it was. So you're typically saying the same thing, and you're saying that Haile Selassie was a piece of the ocean that came to Earth. Am I correct in that, bro? That's what you were trying to say, right?
Because here's the thing: there's a word for that, and I can't remember the word of that theology. But this is monotheism.
It ain't a theology. I don't know. It's what monotheism? What you saying?
I'm saying this is monotheism, right?
For that, you was always
There's other theologies out there that say that all matter is God, all nature is God, because it's all coming from God, so it must be divine as God. But there's evil.
God can choose what parts of himself he want to make divine. He can say, well, this part is some bullshit of me, but this part is divine. You know, like I created the devil. The devil ain't divine, but obviously God made the devil. The devil didn't make himself. So that part of God said, I create the good and the evil. Right, but the book of Isaiah.
Are you saying that Satan is God?
45 and 5.
Created Satan?
I'm saying that Satan is a piece of God, or that's what the Bible said. I created everything. He was an angel. God created the angel. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything you can read where God created all the angels. You bow down to God, right? So I'm just saying that's still a part of God, though. The good and the bad and all that, because God said it in the book of Isaiah 45:5. He said, I'm the God, I created all things. He said, I created good and I created evil. Not unless there's another entity that precedes God and made it.
Here's the thing. Because Haile Selassie comes to earth and gives humanity instructions and actually codifies morality and gives humanity the laws. If you're not following those laws, then you're not of God. You're fighting against God at that point. It doesn't matter where you come from. If you're fighting against God, then you're not of God.
You know what? But then how? So there must be something, and here's where I lock the door and throw away the key on you. Then there has to be something else that precedes God.
Yeah, Joseph Israel, just big words.
And my point.
Something that precedes God. If he gave everybody free will, if he granted everybody free will to act.
Yeah, don't put him on the hot seat. He started this host putting them on the hot seat. So I Y'all can't blame me for what I did to him.
Okay, so I agree with you. Then there's nothing else before God. It's just a piece of God to stop following instructions. Right? Am I correct in that? Then there's a piece of God that refuses to follow instructions. I got you. I'm not mad at you. But I told you I was throwing away the key on that conversation. I just wanted to lead you down that space, right? Because I just had to jump into that. But hold on, but you know what my real point is, though? That they're just saying that Haile Selassie is God that came in the flesh, right? And I was saying that the reality is that everything around Haile Selassie will still have to be a small portion of God. That was really what I was saying. I was trying to make the point that human beings decide what is the power source of their tribe and their clan. That was my point right there. And so the doctrine that was created by Ethiopians, and the Ethiopian would fight for people first. We know that, right? And so that early conversation, right, the brother had to be right. Now, that's not to say that you can't add in at the end of the day. I'm not saying that, right? Because you proved, and no one fought you, you proved that there's different doctrines. There is no one set doctrine. I got that out of your conversation. So in your doctrine, you have every right to add on to the whole piece. So I got it. Now, I don't know why the Rasta reign. Where's that source at? Where's that source to say what you're saying? We need those three sources.
Yeah, the Solomon. That's what I'm waiting on right now. That's what I'm waiting on.
I just got them all three. I got all three links ready to go. I'm about to email that to Garfield right now.
All right, so say it anyway. I want you to say it anyway while you're emailing it. I want you to say that.
What, that I got three sources that say that Haile Selassie.
So what the three sources say and where they're from? Because I'm on the road, so I can't. I'll bring them up later. But I mean, I just want to hear what the sources are and what they're saying. Because I'm trying to figure out why would Haile Selassie disavow the Solomonic dynasty when his whole premise of greatness is based on that.
Well, it's not that he disavowed. I mean, I guess you could say that, but it's the
Shaw said, Elder Unc, the monkey man slaughtered Dracula.
The guy was talking about, well, Haile Selassie had a great-great-great-grandfather.
That's funny.
How do you know his name was
Yeah,
Solomon?
I'll put a beat on him real quick.
That says this is the tomb of King Solomon. You don't have that. So you can't speculate and say now, well, the Bible says that King Solomon existed. The Bible's not a history book. So how can we...
He still ain't came up with them sources. Everybody knows that. Just running his Dracula lip.
You know, he's not going to endorse mythology, right? He's going to put mythology in its proper context. He's going to give the Ethiopian people science. He's going to give the people of Ethiopia modernity and reforms, legal reforms, right? And he's going to tell people to stop following superstitions. that are illogical.
All right. What do the three sources say? Can you break that down, please?
Absolutely. I got them right here. I'm about to attach this last one to the email. So the first source comes from the full transcript.
Okay, here goes the source, y'all.
Because there's only partial. I had to upload the entire transcript of the 1967 Bill McNeil interview. In that interview, he's asked about Solomon, and about the. I can pull it up right now.
Go ahead. Just tell me. You don't have to say it. Just tell me what it says. I'll see it later when I read it.
What you mean, Gus? I mean, Garfield, any other time you require us to have a source, but it's okay for him to skip past it. Cut it out, Garfield, man.
Like, what about Solomon and Sheba? And he said, this is just our history, right? He was saying this is just Ethiopian history. And according to Ethiopia's history, this is what that
Mario,
that story is about. Right? So
that
that's
deceiving shit.
The first source is him referring to the story of Solomon and Sheba as Ethiopia's history, right? The point I'm making here is I'm Serbian, right? We have our own history too. You know, Serbian people believe
Okay, what's the second source? Let's move on. What's the second source?
The first source was whack.
I don't know why I can't find it. Right here.
Well, now I can't find it, y'all.
The second source I sent to you is
what?
A meeting between him and I believe Dr. Oswald Hoffman.
Now you believe.
1970s magazine. And it says, and that's the one where I think you've shared that one before.
No, now he
and it says how Oswald Hoffman said something like if you were from
there ain't one source.
If you're from Solomon, like, so am I, right? Because Oswald Hoffman was under the impression that the British monarchy had claimed King Solomon's genealogy. And then Haile Selassie blurted out, like, well, why not? You know, again implying that he's not real to begin with, right? And then the last source, this is the one that breaks it all open. I just sent it to you. 3 sources. I just emailed them to you. The last source that breaks this open, you pull it up, comes from the Sunday Dispatch on October 24th, 1954, page 6. And the guy
y'all see him
in the Sunday Dispatch,
I caught that.
The gentleman that wrote the article said, I asked the Emperor Haile Selassie if he would make a personal comment on this legend. He replied in a firm and forthright manner. This is not a legend. It is based on the most universal book in the world, the Holy Bible. And because we know His Majesty's disposition of the historicity of the Bible, we know that a legend is presumed to have some basis in historical fact and tends to mention people that are real or events that are real. Historical facts morph into legends when the truth has been exaggerated to the point that real people or events have taken on a romanticized, quote unquote, larger than life quality. In contrast to this point, a myth is a type of symbolic storytelling that was never based on fact. Throughout time, myths have sought to explain difficult concepts such as like the origin of the universe.
Pay attention to all his hand signals, everybody.
Personification and allegories. These words are commonly used interchangeably to refer to the fictitious nature of something. However, historically and academically, there's a difference between mythology and legends. So that's the third source. The third source is my explanation of that quote by Haile Selassie, where he said it's not even a legend. We can't even say that it's based on real people and real events because it's mythology. It's in the Bible. It's not in a history book. So those are the 3 sources.
All right. Based on what you said, I don't think that it's sound enough to draw that conclusion. Just hearing it, so I'll read the sources and come to a conclusion. But let me ask the brother Zion: does he want to come back on the panel though? Does he want to come back on the panel and finish this conversation? If not, I'm just going to end the show shortly. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, man.
No, I'm saying that's not right, John. I asked John a simple question. You know, we've been allowing everybody to talk. I was on your damn side. I just wanted to clear up the Rosetta Stone in that conversation. And we ain't going to let you come and slim, bam, 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 boom. Just like you're not going to let Peter Rasta Flim flam, bam, bam, boom. Now come on, bro. We did you talk, but you trying to talk us to death. Come on, man, get back in here. Stop running because you ran. You ran because you couldn't do it the way you wanted to do it. Get your hands back up in here,
had this
and
question.
defend your stance.
Ankh, I had the same question.
Yeah.
I was like, Rosetta Stone. What does this have to do with
Stop
anything?
it.
What does he know about the Rosetta Stone that we
Three times
don't?
that we counted. Stop it. Yeah, 3 times. We already counted. The brother got tired of the shit. He gonna come back though. Go ahead, Kareem.
It ain't got nothing to do with the Hebrew at all. He killed me with that. I'm trying to side with him. You know what I'm saying? Because I want, you know what I'm saying? I want liberation for the African all around the world. Just liberation, just to be equalized. So I definitely wouldn't have took your side of the story, right? But what I'm hearing is they're different doctrines. That's what I learned from it, right? And so he can make a point with his doctrine. The doctrine obviously allows other doctrines to come in. And
The link is in the chat. So, Sister Kareem, post the link one more time in the chat, or just scroll up, brother. Post it one more time, Queen. Please and thank you. Yeah, but nah, the brother, y'all interrupted him 3 times, man. Then, Unc, you got in the way with your own little personal debate. So, hey, the brother left, man. It is what it is. Jonathan Taylor, Count Dracula wants to drink your blood. I can subscribe, hit that like, subscribe, and share this video, bro, brothers and sisters. You know, that's what we doing over here. Hey, Sister Kareem, JT, he got his wrench. I don't see his wrench in the audience. Can we get him a wrench, please? Thank you.
All right.
Yep. All right. Let's continue because my part getting ready to come up, and I'm gonna show you what it's all about. It's gonna get turned up.
Interesting.
Right.
Zion was nice too.
I do want to know about the Rosetta Stone though.
Whooped them up nicely.
You want to hear that?
I was telling Garfield that I had an article that was about to be published in April, but it got postponed. It's in its final form. I just saw a glimpse of it last night. So what I've done is I've created a refutation to the romantic rewriting of Haile Selassie's Legacy Must Stop article by Dr. Johannes Wolde-Mariam. So be on the lookout for that. That'll be on the Rasta.org website. That's coming very shortly. That's going to drop. And Garfield read that article to me on a live once, and he didn't let me respond. So I had to go ham, and I got over 200 sources that refute that article, that 5-minute article that Dr. Johannes Wolde-Mariam wrote. So be on the lookout for that. I just got to plug that. I think Zion's back. Zion, are you back?
He back. Yeah, he back. Hey, Zion, don't come in here crying, Zion.
I'm good, man. He just shot himself all in the foot just now.
Good. That's great. So you got some chance to regroup. So before you regroup, can you explain how the Rosetta Stone conversation? That's all I brought that up.
I brought that up because somebody had brought up the transliterations in the Hebrew, because I had brought up a couple of Hebrew words. Somebody said something about the Hebrew, and I had to retort with the fact that the Ge'ez and Amharic were actually used in order to interpret the scrolls of Qumran and other Hebrew and ancient Phoenician texts. They actually used the ancient Ge'ez and Amharic to do so. That's the only reason I brought that up. That's not my argument at all. That's a sidetrack.
I know, but you, I'm gonna get off that. It is a sidetrack, so I don't want to decide. I just want to know. Thank you. You know, you could have did that the first time. Just explain it. I don't agree with you. I think you're crazy for that answer like that. But that's all I want to know, brother. So y'all get back in.
Okay.
What do you want to say? You've been listening. Go for it.
Yeah. So this brother basically was just shooting himself in the foot because he was real confident about his sources. Y'all heard him. He was real confident about his 3 sources. Come on now, go. Look at the smile on your face. You know what that boy said. And then he couldn't even cite them properly. And then at the end of the day, he was paraphrasing. And so, well, I got to find this and I got to find that. And then this is where we have a problem. Because at the end of the day, Haile Selassie's divinity, his royal kingship, rested upon the claims of the Solomonic dynasty. As an Amhara, ruling over the rest of Ethiopia, the Tigrians, the Oromos, the Zagwians, the Eritreans, all of these people that he was ruling over, his divine kingship, his royal authority came from the claim of the Solomonic, the authenticity of the Solomonic dynasty. Nothing you provided actually showed that he was claiming that this is a myth. Everything that you cited, hold on, brother. Listen, I left. Can you shut the fuck up? 5 minutes.
Stop cussing though, yo. You ain't had to do that. Hey.
Come on, I'm just saying, I sat in the back.
Who cut you off just now? I'm muted.
I watched this brother talk for the last 20, 30 minutes. I left. Y'all asked me to come back, and y'all were mumbling.
Yo, totally inappropriate, yo. That was totally
Don't
inappropriate.
do that. Like he shouldn't.
Nah, but
off.
you're being totally inappropriate, bro.
Yeah,
if somebody's over talking you, you just say, "Hey, bro, you're talking too much." Peter, mute your mic. Peter, mute your mic. Hold on, Zion. Peter, mute your mic, and Zion, you go ahead and talk. Go ahead. You got 3 minutes, bro. Go ahead, but be respectful. Come on.
Yeah, I'll be respectful when people respect me. You know what I'm saying? I'll deal with the law of reciprocity. You know that.
No, you can't be cussing people out like I do all the time. That shit's crazy. You was making some good points. You feeling that shit? Relax, yo. Damn, only can be one nut.
Okay. I yield. All right. I yield to your better judgment. So this brother, you know what I'm saying, made extraordinary claims of 3 sources, but you only need one. And that one is his own statement, his own testimony. That's the problem. When he took the crown and sat upon that throne after Zoditu abdicated the throne and gave it to Haile Selassie, though he was not even supposed to receive it, only because Lij Yasu became Muslim, he had to abdicate. He had to deal with Lij Yasu, and he became the king, not of his own volition. He didn't even want the kingship. He wasn't particularly fond of it. He was a governor. He was a king. He was a Ras, and wasn't even supposed to be. You go ahead and pull your little documents. You know what I'm saying? That's what they do. They go carrying on us. So the problem is, my brother, is that you made it seem like you had all these substantive sources, and then the sources that you cited, none of them were objective enough to translate what he was saying. And none of them actually abdicated the Solomonic dynasty or the dignity, the royal dignity of the Solomonic claim. So that's what I'm talking about, like the lies and the conjecture, until it's time to actually source up. Then all of a sudden they start stutter. Let me find this. And it basically says, don't do that. You can't do that with me, bro. And I yield.
All right, let me respond to that. And I gotta get notes, man, because when you ramble off the points, I gotta write them down, or else I don't remember what you said. So here we go. You said Lij Yasu, right? Lij Yasu was supposed to be the heir because Menelik II appointed him, right? And he fell out of favor with the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, and that's how Haile Selassie became the emperor, because Zoditu eventually dies in 1930. All of that is factual and true. But again, when you're saying the sources weren't objective, you haven't even read the sources. And when Garfield asked me for the sources, it's not like I have, look how many books I got behind. I don't just have those 3 sources. One's a magazine, all right? One is a magazine, one is a research paper, and the other is the transcript of an interview that I had to upload on the internet. It's not like I just have those 3 like at my fingertips. I had to find the links.
Objection, non-responsive, move to strike.
Go ahead. What's your objection? Granted.
Yo, you crazy, yo. You dying crazy.
I objected. You were non-responsive. What you're doing is you're actually stating that you don't have the sources that you made big claims about earlier. Wait. You said, I got this, I got that. And then when it was time to pull out your 2 pea shooters, there were no peas in them.
Yeah, because I had to pull it up. I don't just have that sitting in a
Don't
file
do
on
that,
my
man.
phone.
Don't do that. If you have those sources that you make a claim, make sure you have your sources on record, because that just makes you look like you're not being
I know, but
honest. You're being disrespectful.
don't cut him off. Let him finish, then kill him.
I'm sorry.
That was a funny cut off. It was a funny ass cut off, though.
How's he going to kill me if I provided the sources? Now, here's the thing. When you look at these sources, which are objective, completely objective, and the third one even, you'll laugh at how objective these sources are when somebody actually takes the time to read them. I'd share my screen and show them, but I sent them on my phone to Garfield. It's going to take a minute for me to pull up, and you don't have 60 seconds to wait. So here's the thing. Not only are the sources objective, you also have to cross-reference all of them, just like everything with Haile Selassie, all of his laws, all of his words. You got to cross-reference every source to come up with the puzzle, because this is a puzzle, right?
Pause,
you
yo.
got to understand Haile Selassie's disposition on the historicity of the Bible, right? If you understand that Haile Selassie knew that the Bible wasn't a history textbook, okay? If you understand that foundational fact, then you can interpret the sources that I shared correctly. But if you're just looking at these three sources and you don't know anything else about Haile Selassie, you read one autobiography, all right, it might not make sense to you. So that's my point on the second one. And the third point was just that I couldn't find them within 30 seconds, even though they're all over the place. One's on a Blogspot website,
okay,
one's on Google Drive. The other one I had to pull up from Instagram because I can't find the research paper right now. It's somewhere on my computer. So I yield. Go ahead. What do you got to say?
All right. So I'll accept that excuse. You know what I'm saying? And that's fine. You know, at the end of the day, but you do know
we don't accept that, John. We don't accept that.
All right.
I'm not trying to hear it. You had the greatest source known to mankind. It was actually
so do you know?
So he needs
let me just ask this brother a question. Do you know that you can actually contact? Yeah. So do you know that you can actually contact?
Make him find that source.
No.
Make him have that source. That's his whole conversation.
Listen, he cut that source out of the record. It's cut out the record until he can actually provide it. I moved the strike. That's what I said. I objected. I said,
all right, okay.
I moved the strike. So we're gonna strike that from the record until he can actually produce those sources. So at the end of the day, what he doesn't realize is that you can actually call Haile Selassie's grandson, Johannes Haile Selassie, who lives in Michigan, and he is the curator of he is anthropologist, ironically, and he is the curator of Michigan's Museum of Natural History. Did you know that? I've actually talked to him on a couple occasions. You can actually call him and ask him what his grandfather believed and what his fathers believe, because they are literally remaining as the heir apparents to the throne of Solomon.
Which is why.
So wait, my brother. I apologize. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna keep it respectful, and I apologize, man. But at the end of the day, you know, I have particular issue with your claims, because in order for Selassie to sit upon that throne and be crowned and be blessed by Abuna Basilius of the Egyptian Orthodox Church, called the elect of God. Whoa. First and foremost, his name is Haile Selassie, right? Get him our way, Haile Selassie, right? The elect of God and light of the world. He is the elect of God. That is a title that distinguishes him from God the Father. When we go to 1 John, if we want to get scriptural, 1 John said there are three in heaven who agree. One is God the Father, that's Yahweh. Then there is the Dubar, the Dibar, which is the Word. And then there is the Ruach HaKodesh, which is the Holy Spirit. We later see these two appear, well, prior to, we see these appear on the Ark of Testimony, which is important to Ethiopian culture and to the very thing that we're talking about, the Ark of Testimony. There's two hosts on there by the mercy seat, two angelic beings, the two witnesses that you see in Sodom and Gomorrah. These two witnesses are the same two witnesses that are spoken of in Revelation. One is the Word who comes to die according to the flesh, and the other is the Ruach upon the flesh and seed of David according to biblical scripture. So that's Rasta doctrine. Most Rastas will say, some Rastas will say that he's Jesus Christ himself. But in that scripture, it says there are three in heaven who agree. These three are one. So this is why most Rastas are not wrong in making a claim in him either being the Father, the Son, or the Holy Spirit. But at the end of the day, he said, what he said was that he is a mere man. And that makes you a hypocrite, because if you follow all of his laws, you at least have to follow the fact that he never claimed divinity, nor did Christ. Yeshua didn't claim divinity either. He said, the same glory I have with the Father, so I pray ye will have also. So at the end of the day, God cannot be incorruptible flesh. The Father cannot be corrupted. The Father cannot die. When you said Haile Selassie was killed, that destroyed your argument that he is God the Father. Because God cannot die according to the biblical text that Haile Selassie believed in very strongly, very deeply. Correct? All right, so I'll land my plane.
All right, we got a lot to go over here. So let's just start from the top when he said he strikes the sources. I sent the sources to Garfield. So as soon as Garfield can get to a computer, we can all look at the sources. It's not a problem. All right, that's the first point. Second point, he mentioned the grandson in Michigan, right? The grandson in Michigan has all the answers. He knows Haile Selassie in and out. He knows that's a first-hand account source of Haile Selassie. I agree it's a first-hand account, but if you're saying he's the heir apparent still to this day, all right, which is why I mentioned the 1974 draft constitution. If you knew anything about the draft, if the Rastas knew anything about the draft constitution, they would know that Article 12 states, in the event that the emperor abdicates or is impeached and deposed, none of his descendants conceived and born after this event shall have the right of succession to the throne. We know that Haile Selassie was dethroned September 12, 1974. So any heir that was born after September 12, 1974 has no right to the throne in Ethiopia, according to Haile Selassie. Now, of course, the argument can be it was an official law, right? But again, when did official laws ever matter to Rastafarians? They never did. So what we have.
You said, wait, can I ask you a question?
I haven't finished. We got more points.
Okay, go ahead.
Like five more things, right? So that's the point with the draft constitution. The draft constitution is actually Haile Selassie's plans and directions for his people. Before he could implement it, he was overthrown, and before it became an actual law, he was killed, which was the last point you made, mortality, his mortality. I will talk about that too, but again, I have a question for you. All right, don't forget, I'm going to ask you. This is like my third of sixth point here. What does Hebrew have to do with anything? I don't think you explained that entirely. You said it had to do something with the Rosetta Stone and Ge'ez last time. I'm still not clear on that. And then you also said that some historical Rastas still think that Haile Selassie is the Christ, and they're not wrong about that, even though he told them stop making that mistake in 1967. Even though he told what's the Jamaican prime minister's name? Manley. Even when Manley went to Ethiopia, and Haile Selassie told him that he was absolutely dumbfounded with the Rastafarians' belief when he visited in 1966. I got the source for that too. So the idea that the historical Rastas are correct about calling him Christ is incorrect. He gave them medals for accepting his divinity. He did not give them medals because their theology was coherent. He gave them the medals, and he recognized them because they accepted his divinity. But they did not understand who he was. They didn't understand that he was the Father of Christ. They kind of were still Trinitarian at that point, which is another point I'm going to make, that Haile Selassie was not a Trinitarian. Contrary to popular belief, he seceded the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. He made them autocephalous from the Alexandrian Coptic Church because he didn't agree with the Alexandrian Bible manuscripts that explicitly state that Jesus is God. So that's why he separated the church. He was never a Trinitarian. He never said in his entire life, if he's an Orthodox Christian, like so many people claim, why did he never make the simple confession? Look at all these books and speeches behind me. His entire life, he lived 83 years on earth. He never made the simple Christian confession that Jesus is God. Why did he not do that? He had every opportunity to do that and never said it. That is significant. So my last,
you don't know what diopposite means.
My last 2 points here. You can respond. You can respond after I finish. My last 2 points here are
5 long points there. You know that's kind of long. Because he was getting into being long, and you went 5. You could have went 2 and 2 and 1. You went 5. Yeah, well, we gotta let him go all the way in next time. Go ahead. Now go ahead.
The last 2 points. The last 2 points are he said Haile Selassie never claimed divinity. Well, here's the thing. The Bible even tells us that it's by a person's works that we shall know them. Because if Haile Selassie said, "I am God, worship me now," that would make him no different than anybody else who's ever come before him who's made the same claim. Okay, so that's number one. Number two about the claim of divinity, right? Haile Selassie considered narcissism to be a psychological and sexual disorder, according to the International Classification of Diseases 8th edition from the World Health Organization. So the idea that Haile Selassie was some kind of narcissist walking around here wanting people to kiss his feet and worship him and bow down to him is false. Okay, Haile Selassie did not claim his divinity verbatim. He claimed his divinity through his actions, through his character, through the titles that he attained in Ethiopia, the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. He's the only person in attested history to have both titles simultaneously, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. That makes him the creator. That makes him the God of the Bible. That makes him the Father of Christ. So even though he didn't verbatim state that he is divine, we can infer that he is divine because he had the titles of God, the character of God, and he instructed people to follow Christ and to worship God. He never told anyone to worship Christ, and he never told anyone that God doesn't exist or any silly notion of hocus pocus or any supernatural occurrences, superstition. There's even an article in his 1957 Penal Code that deals with superstition having no effect with regards to the Penal Code. But the last part was mortality. You said, Zion, that because he died, because we're claiming that he died in 1975, he cannot be God because God is immortal. My question to you is, where did you get the idea that God is physically immortal? I know the answer. The answer is the Vatican. The Vatican has deceived the world into interpreting the Bible literally and from a historical perspective. That is a Roman interpretation of the scriptures that is literal and historical. Okay, that comes directly from Rome. We reject Rome completely. Okay, we've usurped authority from the Roman Catholic Church. They are no longer relevant, okay, because God is not physically immortal. Haile Selassie said he is a mortal man, that he will be replaced by the oncoming generation. That doesn't mean he's not God. That means that our understanding of how God will operate on earth was incorrect. That's what that means. So I yield my time. That's
all right. Yeah. You went long, and that's a whole lot of mumble.
Right. He said a lot of good things.
Yeah, but hold on. Let me, hey Garfield, let Judah in here. Yeah, I don't know. He said a whole lot of, ran me away from the conversation with all that. He was God, but he really wasn't God.
He said a lot of good things, but the good things that he said actually cuts his own argument.
I know, but how is it he's God, but he's really not God because he didn't say he was God? And the fact that he never said he was God means he wasn't an egomaniac, which really he would have had to have been. Let me stop. Go ahead.
Right. And so this goes down to what they call the diopposite branch of Christianity. The diopposite branch of Christianity does not claim the divinity of a person in flesh. He just said that when I brought forth where does that come from? It does not come from the Vatican. It comes from the scriptures where God cannot die. Okay, that's a very basic scripture that everyone who is studied or learned in the scriptures knows, that God cannot take on corruptible flesh. He does not place himself into a vessel that is corruptible. And this is why the diopposite branch of Christianity views the divinity of Christ differently than the monophysite branch, which is the Roman Catholic that you brought forth. But what you're saying is really Catholic. Okay, so here's the deal.
Great point. That's a great point.
Even in Greek mythology, the gods can die. The gods can die without the faith of their believers. That's Greek mythology. I am beat at Greek mythology. You don't want to do that with me. Okay? And you don't want to get into the biblical biblical context. When it comes to a diopposite branch, they viewed Christ, his divinity, as him being fully man, yet divine, because he was righteous, because of his works, not because he magically appeared, he's magically delicious, but because of his works. You just said that. And I agree that but this is where the ruach comes in. This is what you didn't know, the word ruach, which is really disconcerting for me, because when you say what is the relevance of the Amharic to the Hebrew is a Afro-Semitic language, and the cultures of the Israelites, the Hebrews.
Hold on, you got to let JJ7000 back in, Garfield.
Yeah, he's up there.
Oh, he's up there.
So I'm just going, you know what I'm saying, because he addressed a couple of things that, you know what I'm saying, I might not be able to get
go
to
ahead, take
them
your
all.
time.
You know what I'm saying?
No, you can't, because he took a very long time. So now this is your time to be long. This is your chance.
Right. So when you understand the diopposite branch, you'll understand why he never called Christ God, because no man, no corrupted flesh can be God the Father. This is why I brought up 1 John chapter 5, verse 7. I had to bring that up because what you're doing is you're arguing a position from a Catholic standpoint and claiming that I'm the one being a Catholic. You're the one being a Catholic. You're the one being a monophysite, not a diopposite, which is orthodoxy, which is Ethiopian and Egyptian Orthodox faith. You said you was Orthodox. Why don't you know the difference between a diopposite and monophysite and how they view the divinity of a prophet? Now, if you go into the Bible, you go to the word Masu, right? Masa, MSH, and without the vowels. MSH is the basis for the word Messiah. And that basically deals with someone who is anointed by a priest, a high priest, to be a vessel of God, whether they be a king or a priest after the order of Melchizedek. Come on, brother. You know this, right? No, you know this. So Haile Selassie is not God the Father. You cannot say that. You can say that he is one with the Father because he agrees, but he also testified only of Christ, which is what Christ said in John chapter, chapter 4, when he spoke about the Comforter coming and that he would only testify of me, which is what Yeshua, what Haile Selassie did. You said that he wasn't a Trinitarian. This is the problem. Here's the conundrum. The meaning of the name Haile Selassie. I think I got muted.
Come on. Yo, you went long.
Listen, it's okay.
Get back to it.
He built like that anyway. You know what I'm saying? I was about to land my plane anyway. I think I addressed most of the way said. He does not distinguish the diopposite. He is calling him God the Father, and God the Father could take on corruptible flesh. That's Greek mythology. That's Roman Hellenization. You Hellenize Rastafarianism. That's the problem that we're having. You're Hellenizing Rastafari. You're Hellenizing, my brother, and then acting like you're not.
See,
you're gentrifying it. This is not your religion.
Listen, bro. That's what you gotta learn. When the host say time, you gotta time out for a second. We gotta take a commercial break. All right? That's all, man. Hold. Hey, go get your
calmed out in the middle of him talking. Nobody calmed out the other guy. That's the issue, bro. Damn. Make sure he go back to it. He had a good flow.
He gonna be able to go back to
both
it.
Both of them got a good flow, but it's called a flow.
Listen.
You catch the ghosts and you rock.
Bro, you've been jumping in all day, man. It's okay, dog. It's okay. JJ got this. I've been doing this. I've been hosting shows longer than you, man. You a debater. All right.
I beat you up to the host status. But go ahead.
All right, but what I'm saying, man. Okay, hold up. As man, look, Matt called on. We ain't fooling with you right now, Matt. But the whole topic of this discussion is who has the right to teach this Rastafarian way of life? Some guy who don't even care about Haile Selassie, or another guy who holds on to the roots and the beginning of this culture? Which one is the culture vulture? That's what the audience need to ask. That's a commercial break, because we need to get back on point. All this other stuff that I've been listening to, it ain't doing nothing for my intellect. I need to learn something. I need to know, how can this guy come into our community and tell us what Rastafarian is? He over in goddamn Scandinavia. Not one dreadlock on his goddamn head. That's why he called him a bald head bumbleclot. Stu Peas, I see you peeking in the audience. Now, are you gonna let him get away with this? Is you gonna let him get away with this, Stu Peas? Be honest for once in your life and stop being biased. Now let's get back to the regular scheduled program.
That was a commercial, yo? I think we already figured it out. That there's no one set doctrine. That actually he can have a doctrine that says they can get in. We figured that out.
Ankh, I gotta respond. Ankh, I gotta respond to everything he just did.
No. Which one got to finish?
No, it's back on Zion. Zion, back on you. Right.
On Zion. Write that point down.
Yeah. I'm good. I want to hear what this brother, what he going to retort, because at the end of the day, he really shot himself in the foot. You know what I'm saying? And that's my favorite slogan.
So now,
when you shoot yourself in the foot and you actually argue against your own doctrine, what you do is you lose credibility. I just purged you, bro. I just impeached you, because what you just said was that what you left out was the diophysit branches. You said that he didn't teach Christ as God. You said that he claimed that he wasn't God, and I agree with you that any prophet would never exalt themselves. Never exalt themselves, never call themselves God. That is one of the criterias. That's one of the criterias for righteousness in my eyes. You know what I'm saying? So this is why I do hold him to a divine position, but I don't place him in the position of the Father, because the Father cannot die. The Father is uncorruptible, but the Father uses his hand, and that's like a field hand, according to the Bible. So if you go to, I'm almost done, I promise. So according to Isaiah chapter 11, verse 10 through 12, this is giving two prophecies, which we also see later on in Revelation of the two witnesses, and their days would be 1,230 score. This is showing a dispensational age period. And one is Christ and one is Haile Selassie. But Haile Selassie is not God the Father. If you make that claim, you're arguing against him.
And your interpretation, I would start off saying your interpretation of the scriptures is wrong, just like everybody else on the earth. So,
oh shit! He said you're wrong. Get him, Petra.
He didn't even know what Ruach meant. He gonna tell me I'm wrong, and he don't know no Hebrew.
It is no secret that I don't speak Hebrew. That is not a secret. Everyone knows.
So, but you don't study it though, right? You don't even study the Hebrew interpretations.
And I don't study it.
I'm just asking.
No, everyone knows I don't study etymology. I don't care, and that's actually not the root.
Okay,
etymology.
That's the problem.
That's not the problem, because I'm not even. Can I respond to what he's saying here? If etymology led you to the correct interpretation of the scriptures, then anyone that spoke Greek or Hebrew, they would have full authority of the Bible. But we know that's not the case. So when I'm talking about the interpretation of the Bible being incorrect, I'm not talking about the diaphysite and the monophysite theological differences. I'm not talking about the nature of Christ here, or talking about the
let's do 15 second rapid fire. Let's speed it up.
When he says Haile Selassie is a prophet, that's absolute blasphemy. That's blasphemy. But I'm not talking about diaphysite versus monophysite. I'm talking about the interpretation of the Bible. Because if you're interpreting it literally, that God is eternal in the flesh, okay, that interpretation is incorrect because the Bible is poetry. It's written in allegories, parables, and prophecies. It's not written as literal history and literal instructions, right? It's only literal to the extent that Emperor Haile Selassie I manifested on earth and ruled Ethiopia as a literal political sovereign for about 40 years. And also his prophet Primus St. Croix, the actions of Primus St. Croix. That's as far as the literal interpretation of the Bible goes. And he was also accusing me of being a part of the Vatican and Catholic. Like, no. The literal interpretation, the historicity of the Bible that you accept is Roman. That comes from the Vatican. And you said that God doesn't enter a corruptible vessel. We know that's false. But Haile Selassie manifested.
I said 15 seconds and you have went for 45. Respect the host. Let's bounce back off each other. Go ahead, Zion. Bounce, 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 bounce. Not this long-winded shit where you keep the audience, you put them to sleep, then they don't even know what the hell you're talking about, bro.
Now, I appreciate what the brother just said. I appreciate part of what he just said, but I think that you don't get that you keep arguing against yourself when you make these statements. You know what I'm saying? Now you're saying that the diopposite is Roman Catholic. No, it's not. It's my opposite is the Roman Catholic. And how they view the divinity is what they did on the Council of Nicaea. Anybody who's in the conscious community knows that they actually conjoined Jesus with God the Father. And that was the argument that Paul was having with the churches of Apollos and Chloe during his time.
All right, let him get back in, Zion.
So he's saying Diophysite, Orthodox Christians don't accept the Council of Nicaea. That's bullshit. They absolutely accept the Council of Nicaea. They absolutely accept the divinity of Christ. But it's a matter of a dispute between terminology and the nature of Christ. See, the Diophysite and Monophysite is still two sides of the same coin. You're still following Roman idolatry because you're accepting the historical account of Christ from 2,000 years ago. You're still accepting the Bible the way that the Romans want you to read it. So
that's incorrect. Yeah, that's incorrect because that right. So that was the problem. That was the problem.
I got it.
With the difference between the difference between the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church was how they viewed the divinity of Christ, and that's what separated them. Okay, and the monophysite branch actually viewed Christ kind of like a what do you call it? Demigod, which is more Roman than the diopposite, which was how Africans viewed human divinity and humans, not making themselves the Almighty, the Most High. They always distinguish the Most High, even in Yoruba, even in all of the. Come on, man! Your argument is based in fallacy. It's based in fallacy because you don't know how Africans
Let him get it back in.
No, man, hold on for a minute, Jeremiah. God damn.
I'm letting the brother, bro, chill out.
No,
go ahead, get back in. Let him flow, bro. All this fucking 5-minute bullshit. Let him get back in.
No, you're good. Okay. No, you're good. I want to make a point. No, I just want to make a point. You're doing your thing. Stop attacking me.
Get your point down. You fucking up the flow. Come on, man. Go ahead.
Y'all be quiet.
All right, come on.
Word, Nick, from the record. Let me make this point right here. So for the listening audience, real quick. So y'all started the Nicene. Hold on, y'all was basically at the Nicene Council, right? So we can't slide past that point. It's important. Hold on for a minute, bro. Relax. Pump your brakes. We dive in, right? So y'all whole conversation at this point is centered around the Nicene Council. He seems to understand Greek doctrine, demigods, and all that. That's important. You're running them signs. I would like to let the listening audience know why the Nicene Council was actually convened. It was convened because you had Arius, right? He was stirring up a lot of nonsense, right, about Christ. He was basically saying, watch this, that Christ, right, wasn't God, basically, right? That Christ was a created creature. He was created by God. Now, people, you know what I'm saying, that convened, right, the side that actually won,
Constantine was basically saying that no. Jesus was there in the beginning with God as God. And that was the doctrinal fight right there. So if we're listening to what the actual thing was, right, then we can really get a gist of what the hell y'all talking about. And the one that comes the closest to understanding the saying council will be the one that will win this segment. I'm just letting y'all know. I'm just letting you know. I just want to make that clear. Now I'm quiet. Got it.
All right. So as y'all can see,
I gotta ask a question.
Wait a minute, Transylvania. Now, Uncle West has made a pretty good point. So if this is what the battle is about, I thought it was about the Rastafarian doctrine, but I guess one of them think
they got to get there.
Right. Yeah. So that's where we're going with this. So everybody take your notepad and your pencil out and take some notes. But we're gonna let them bounce. All this 5-minute dialogue put me to sleep.
No, right? let me just
go ahead, Transylvania, it's on you.
Let me just dead the argument, because he's saying that the Ethiopian Orthodox Church doesn't accept the Council of Nicaea. That's false. They absolutely accept the Council of Nicaea. They just couldn't agree on the nature of Christ. That was the issue. That's what diophysite and monophysite is. It's two of the same coin. It's the same coin. It's two sides of the same coin. They still accept the divinity of Christ, the historicity of the Bible. They still accept all of that. They just separated on the nature and technicalities within that doctrine, which is why it's diophysite and monophysite. It's the nature of Christ that they couldn't agree upon. And if he's saying the Orthodox Church doesn't accept Nicaea, then he's wrong. The Orthodox Church, absolutely, it doesn't matter which Orthodox Church, Oriental, Eastern, Russian, they all accept the Council of Nicaea. That's what Christianity is. That's what historical Christianity is all about. So I yield on that point.
That's a fact. Yeah, they do. That's crazy. That's the whole thing.
They didn't accept the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible.
Hold up, Zion. When each one of y'all get done, you got to let the host get in.
Go ahead, brother.
Now we got people in the audience that say that Uncle and JJ shouldn't host this dog fight.
Man, why are you all into the day going peanut gallery?
I know, man. We doing a good job, man. I don't know why y'all.
We having fun, man. Forget them. They mad because they ain't doing it.
Eric Graham in here. He been trolled for 5 years with JJ, but he won't get in the ring. He all the way in Switzerland, some goddamn where.
We're gonna drop that link.
Cut it off. They're gonna link Eric Graham. Yeah. All right, let's get back to it. Transylvania, on you.
All right, I got more points because he was saying that, like, he was arguing earlier, like, why are we going to this guy? Like, how does this guy have authority? Well, I'm telling you, we're a church. The Order of Primus Saint is a church, which is why he said, you don't want to get into it with me, with the Bible and scripture. Bro, you're talking to a church right now. You're talking to a church that does this for a living. So if you're saying
doesn't understand Hebrew, doesn't understand Hebrew context or etymology of words.
Because etymology.
You said it. I'm just saying.
Right, because etymology doesn't lead you to.
So you don't read the.
We got the CEO of the Dagger Squad want to ask a question. It's his shit. Let him ask a question.
To the brother Xion. I'm gonna call you Xion because I don't know what that means. Xion. I'm gonna ask you a question.
It's Zion.
Do you subscribe to the biblical text 100%?
Say it again, brother Garfield.
Do you subscribe to the biblical text 100%?
No, I don't.
Do I subscribe to the biblical argument? I think that.
Oh my God! God of mercy. Who is this guy?
Is a consistent.
Listen,
I don't think anybody understands it fully.
I subscribe to the Kebra guy.
Yes.
I think that's the foundation of the Solomonic dynasty.
Yes.
If we're going to talk about Selassie, we have to talk about Kebra Nagast. And we have to talk about the Fetterman.
Hold on a second. Do you have evidence? Right? That Ethiopia, as it is today, because we know Ethiopia, the Bible, and Ethiopia today is different. And we could argue about All right, beautiful. Now, so if Selassie is not from the right Ethiopia, what is his right
to that form? All right.
No, man, stay out of this, man. Stay out of this, bro. Mind your damn business. Mind your business.
All right. I'm gonna start back.
So
you want to hold?
You're asking me what foundation do I have to support?
Hold on.
Go ahead.
You want to host? You want to debate? You want to do the damn thing? Next thing you want to be my woman's boyfriend too. What the hell? Get out of here, man. You want to be every damn thing.
Stop it. All right, so Garfield, what you're asking, I'm gonna ask you a question to clarify your question. Are you asking me if the Ethiopian claim is valid? The validity of the Ethiopian claim?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Okay, yeah. No, I can say that through genetics, and through genetic science, and also biogeography, right? So you have to know that Sabia is southern Arabia, is only 10 miles away from the Horn of Africa, right? And what you said was really good because Ethiops is what the Greeks used to call that whole geographic region that is now considered like North and Northeastern Africa. So that word was a larger geographic region when you talk about the antiquity of the word Ethiopia. However, the landmass that's now called Ethiopia today was also a part of that empire. There was an empire called the Cushitic Empire. And we're talking about biogeography and transmigration.
No, that is not true. That is not true. That is not. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Destroy my argument after I'm finished.
No.
See, this is what I'm talking about. 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 When you ask your question, I didn't cut you off.
A girl so much, right?
I'm trying to answer your question to the best of my ability, but you're cutting me off.
Zion,
just
chill.
I can leave, bro. I don't have to fucking goddamn entertain this shit. Let's be adults. Let's be adults. Let's be adults. And let me finish my answer.
Come on, y'all.
That is not true.
Brother, we're talking about the veracity of the Solomonic claim.
Go ahead.
And this is the 3,000-year-old claim.
Continue.
Watch this. How you doing, but you don't have no other sources that date back 3,000 years.
Watch this. Go ahead, brother. Finish up. Go ahead.
Man, come on.
No, finish up.
I'm not going to play this little game because what he's trying to do is coddle the white boy right now. Let the white boy bang for himself. He's smart enough to bang for himself. He don't need your support, Garfield.
Well, he see you
people. Baby, I'm coddling that man. He's a grown man, and he's
if you can hear me, calm down. Wait, everybody calm down. Hold on. If y'all can hear me, everybody calm down.
You can't hold this man.
Come on, JJ. JJ, you got to stop your voice. JJ, you got to stop. Hold on, everybody chill. Listen. Hey, Zion, you was doing a great job, yo.
I just said, gotta stop holding his hand.
Come on, JJ. Don't like the cooler. You gotta be quiet, JJ, for a minute. You inciting the fucking riot, bro. Chill. Hey, Zion, you was doing a great job. Zion, you was doing a great job.
Stop cursing. My son in the car. Stop cursing.
Yeah, son in the car. You gotta respect that.
What's up,
JJ, relax. JJ, you gotta relax, JJ. Just calm. Listen,
I'm the one to start.
You was doing a great job. You was defending yourself well. You can't let Garfield take you out your game. See, that's part of the tactic to get you out your A game.
Relax and breathe. Like Gregory Hines, and I don't appreciate
Listen, no, breathe. Listen, yo, we can't even hear your information now because he got you out of character, bro. Relax. You was doing a great job. The cussing shit take away from what you're doing right now. There's a space for cussing.
But
we can beat you up on the pseudo killer with that, and you can cuss sometimes. But here, yo, relax.
But that's not what a host supposed to do.
Yeah, I know, but listen, Zion, you did the same thing, JJ. We all diving in. It's fine. Relax. It's not strict rules. We're not getting paid for this one. So we good. Hey, Zion, don't let nobody take you out your A game, bro. You on your C game right now. Yeah, we just want to hear what you're saying. So go ahead. Everybody talking, I want to hear the conversation. It's a great, come on, yo, y'all rocking.
Yeah.
That's your point. Yo, what you trying to say to Garfield saying We want to hear what you're saying, Garfield saying.
Yeah, Garfield just trolling.
Hold on. Can we put a clock on this, please? Give him a minute
Yeah.
more. One more minute. Make your point. Let's go.
We're not gonna let him go. But I just want to hear why.
I'm gonna kill this in 30 seconds. 30 seconds and he's done. 30 seconds. Go ahead, Diane. Go ahead.
Hold up. Since we're doing a Royal Rumble, I got some smoke to deal with you too, Garfield, for 30 seconds. How about that?
Y'all doing Royal Rumble.
Royal Rumble. JJ, you're getting on my nerves. You're getting on my nerves.
No, I'm on the nerve.
Go ahead, Diane.
Come on,
Diane,
man.
talk, please.
Diane,
go ahead, Diane.
Yeah, crazy.
I'm chilling, y'all. I'm just chilling now. You know what I'm saying? Listen, if the brother Sabian Patar, I got respect for your academics, my brother. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? It ain't about race, but you got to be careful how you step, you know what I'm saying, with Rasta.
Is that in the chat though, Rasta? Is that in the chat?
But this is all I'm saying is if he wants to debate me on this situation, I think that we should take this to a debate, because right now what I don't need is Gregory Hines tap dancing in the back of my videos.
Hell no.
Yeah, I gotta make the point because I was cut off. He said that.
Hold on, Pitar. I gotta respond to him. Can I respond to him?
Yeah. I thought this was between the rosters.
I know, but can I respond because I asked him a question?
Oh, Gregory.
Come on.
Come on, tap for me. Tap for me.
All right. First of all, he said there's a 3,000-year history and nobody has that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there is no evidence that Menelik I existed. There's no evidence that Queen of Sheba existed. And watch this. You can't show me nobody in the BC era in where is Ethiopia today or where Cush is today mentioning anything about no Hebrew Bible. You can't show that. We know. Hold on, bro. Hold on, man. Relax. You just, Jeremiah, chill out. Just relax. You're not on this level. Relax. Watch this. Watch this now. Everybody be quiet, folks. Just give me 30 seconds. That's all I need. Ladies and gentlemen, the whole Ethiopian conversation is fraudulent on all sides. Why? Why Garfield says that? Because Ethiopia is not in the biblical text until later on during the Greek period. The Greeks are the one that called black people Ethiopians, just like how white folks would call us the N-word. It was a derogatory term.
Incorrect. So
I definitely can't do a debate with this dude.
Testament.
He ain't got no.
All right.
He's done.
All right. I heard what you said. I heard what you said.
Let him talk.
He's out. I'm gonna kick him out shortly. He's done. He's done.
You kick him out?
He ain't got no discipline. He ain't got no discipline.
Oh, why you bro? The whole show been going good. You came in with the bullshit, bro.
Hold on.
Let me smush that boy head in real quick. Let me smush his head.
Who's the only person on the panel that's... Hold on. Who's the only person on the panel that's disciplined? The white man. We look like a bunch of Negroes acting rowdy and stupid.
Man, you ain't had to say that.
Yeah, I said it. The only man that's disciplined on the panel, the only man that's disciplined on the panel and shut his damn mouth.
Here comes that Caribbean arrogance.
There you go. There you go. White man. I don't agree with you,
white man. The same white man. The same white man.
Garfield, you just lied because Ethiopia is mentioned in other names, and you know that 85. Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. Let me respond. Let me respond. That's what I'm talking about.
I can't even finish.
You don't want me to respond.
I can't even finish.
He wanted to cover this brother to defend himself.
The only reason why I ain't kick everybody out. The only reason why I ain't kick everybody out. Hold on. The only reason why I ain't kick everybody out.
Don't fall for it, bro.
Defend himself. He's
listen to
himself.
No discipline.
Damn, Zion. Listen to JJ. Just be quiet.
No discipline. No discipline.
Now we ain't like different because the whole show was going good.
Go ahead and keep shucking, man. This is embarrassing.
Trying to defend.
You could learn some from Peter. You could learn some from the Serbian Rasta right now. I'm loving this today. I'm sorry, man. I just got to give you some trouble today. I'm in this troublesome mood. Well, let me just say this real quick.
Daddy,
what's up?
You and your friends are giving me a headache.
You see that? Y'all giving my son a headache. Look at that.
He don't want you out there defending the white man like that. Amir, I don't blame you.
Man.
Tell Garfield to take
I'm sorry, Amir. I'm sorry, Amir. They need some classes from Peter. They need some classes from Peter the Serbian.
Apologizing.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. All right. Shh. All right. Watch this. There are no references. There are no references to Ethiopia, and there's no reference to that term.
This how we doing it?
Oh man!
You threw Zion off.
There's a reference of Ethiopia in Genesis, first and foremost, when it talks about the river Havilah and the Gihon River. You shut up.
Hold on. Hey, Zion, then we're going to do this.
You see that? You see this?
I know.
And then you got to understand what Cush is. No, Cush and Midian and the Kenites and the Rechabites.
Garfield, relax. Relax. Hey, Garfield, go ahead. Listen, Garfield.
Come on, get out of here, man.
Hey, Zion, relax. No. It's your turn. It's your turn, Garfield. Wait. It's your turn, Garfield. Wait.
Everybody out. I'm going to kick everybody out, and I'm going to respond to my own show. That's what I'm going to do.
We got this. Garfield,
That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm gonna do, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna show you how,
bro. We got it. It's your turn.
Hold on. This is what I'm gonna show y'all, that these guys don't know. They claim they know books. They claim they study, and they don't know anything. How can you say Ethiopia is mentioned in the first? Oh my!
JJ, don't say nothing. JJ, you gotta be quiet, JJ.
The show's done, bro.
JJ.
Bro, the show's done.
JJ.
I can't do this.
JJ,
I can't do this.
You do that, JJ?
This is
Why you do that, JJ?
crazy.
Hey, let that man speak. JJ, you cannot do that, dog. Damn,
this
yo.
I can't keep this show up, yo.
Zion is quiet. You're right. Hold
on. This is what I'm running from.
Zion is quiet. And matter of fact, Zion ain't on it. JJ, let this man talk, y'all. Come on, JJ.
He threw Zion off.
Okay.
Nobody threw Zion off. Zion came off himself. Nobody threw him off. Stop that.
Go ahead, Golf. Go ahead.
You don't even know that, and you're gonna accuse me of that.
Damn.
Now, can I talk for 1 minute? That's all I need is 1 minute.
Yeah, I'm next.
Can I talk for 1 minute?
You can have two. I'm next.
All right. Now watch this. The word Ethiopia was added to the text in the AD era. It wasn't used. They changed the word Cush to Ethiopia. That's why the Ethiopians today feel it's referring to them. They never used the word Ethiopia in the original Hebrew. It wasn't there. It's during the Hellenistic period that's when they started using Ethiopia, because the Greek word for Cush, they made it Ethiopia in the biblical text. That's what made the change. So for someone to say in Genesis there's Ethiopia and then try to tell Peter, oh, you don't know etymology, well, you don't know Bible or know the history of the text. And Genesis was written around the 5th century BC. So it wasn't even around long enough for anybody to even conclude about the word Cush and Ethiopia. Now watch this now. The Demet Empire is where Ethiopia is today. They had their kings and they used to worship a god named Al-Maka. After that, up until the 4th century BC, they had a temple called the Yeha Temple. These people had nothing to do with what Cush did in the past. Nothing at all. In fact, King Izana invaded the Kushite Empire that expanded during the 25th dynasty. They invaded that dynasty, and when he beat them up, then he started using the exonym or the denonym called Ethiopia and said, this is for us. And that's later on, 400 years later, they started using the term Ethiopia for that region. It's not supposed to be Ethiopia in the Bible. It's not even supposed to be in the Bible. Period. It's supposed to be Cush. So for somebody to come on my channel and try to spew about the Solomonic dynasty, you can't show none of them, even the Kushite Empire. Look at my book, Misconception and Misinformation by the Black Hebrew Israelites, Volume 1. Chapter is called Ethiopia is Not Ethiopia. I show that the information, it's over 40 years old. It's nothing new in academia, but it's new to this culture that we have here. The Ethiopia today is not the Ethiopia that's mentioned in the Bible, geographically speaking. Now, look at this now. The Kushite Empire, we have the listing in my book showing the Kushite Empire and showing the Demet Empire at the same time. Is not the same king. I show the archaeology in Kush. The archaeology in Kush reminisces the archaeology in Ethiopia, because Ethiopia and Nubia is actually one as far as culturally, they are pretty much the same. They was worshiping the same God. They was burying people the same. They was doing everything the same in Kush. Now watch this now. The other evidence is the Demet Empire. The Demet Empire, we showed how the archaeology in that empire mirrored the South Arabian Empire, the Arabs. That's where they got their culture from. So everything that we find in that culture, 95% of it is from South Arabia. That's what we found. The metals, we found the gods they worship, we saw the materials they use. Everything is from South Arabia. That's their connection to modern day Ethiopia. This is why you have the mixer and the genetics that's there that's connecting them to the J markers in the South Arabian areas. So you see Ethiopians today say they have J because they've always had that connection with South Arabia. How they got that connection? The Aksumite Empire expanded. It was the fourth largest empire in the world during the 1st century to the 3rd century AD. The Aksumite Empire had all, and what happened? Where did they trace their root from in the Aksumite Empire, Brother Ankh and Brother JJ? You know where they trace it to? To who? To who did they trace it to? They never trace it to Solomon. They trace it to what? Mahren. Mahren. They never trace it to no Solomon. That's a new thing that they invented after the Zagwe Empire, Zagwe dynasty, the 1200 AD. Come on, man. Y'all got to know the history. That's why I know the Solomonic stuff is made up. But it's based on the Bible. Now, look at one point that I made to a biblical scholar. You're going to believe the Keber Nagash. When I asked him if it's 100% Bible, he said, no. Keber Nagash, he said, yeah. Now, watch this. The Keber Nagash says that Menelik took the Ark of the Covenant, right, during the time of Solomon. How is it that in the Bible, the Ark of the Covenant is still with Josiah in 7th century BC, but Menelik already took it from the 9th century or the 10th century BC? How is it it's in Ethiopia, supposedly, but what's the name have it? So you have a choice. Are you going to believe the biblical text or are you going to believe the Keber Nagash? It doesn't make sense. You guys are done. There's no Ethiopia to begin with, and this whole Solomonic God nonsense is dead. Come on, right. JJ. I'm ready right now. I'm ready. I'm hyped. Let's go.
Now you said a whole lot.
Zion, by the way, hold on. Zion, don't go in my chat and talk crap, because I'm just gonna block you.
You threw him out.
You don't have no discipline. I never threw him out. He left. I never threw him out. So don't repeat that.
Okay, that's what you said.
I never threw him out.
All right, we'll let him back on. All right. Let him back on.
Let him back on. He threw himself out. I never kicked nobody out.
Is it JJ turn to speak, or are you still got more to
go ahead? Whoever wants to smoke, cause y'all crazy.
I want 3 minutes of talk time. Can I get that? Can you?
Go ahead, man. You the host, but you want to debate. You the host.
For 3 minutes of talk time, buddy.
Go ahead. Three minutes. Go ahead. Start.
All right.
2:30, 1:30. Let's go.
As y'all can. You all right? As y'all can see, viewing land, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the proper etiquette of being a host is to contain your emotions. Now, the title of this show, right, is Transylvania versus Zion. Sabian, I think that's his name. But Garfield just couldn't contain himself. And now it turned into a 2 against 1. So what JJ is saying is, we cannot do that. If you're going to be a host, you be a host. You're going to be a debater, you be a debater. Because even I make the error sometime of getting in the way. But I have never went on a long diatribe like what Garfield just did today. You went on a 4-minute diatribe. That's not what a host is supposed to do. Now, the whole topic of this discussion, how in the hell can somebody from Transylvania, I have never went in Count Dracula land in my life. And you mean to me, I'm gonna come in Count Dracula land and tell them how the wedding collar popped up like Dracula. How to bite him on the neck like Dracula. How to drink blood and be demonic when the sun go down like Dracula. That would be out of my lane. So for you, Transylvania, to come on an all-black platform and try to teach us about Rastafarianism is blasphemy. You gotta be ashamed of yourself with that Herman the Monster Pete you got in front of your goddamn head. You're Fonzie in and out. You're looking like Herman the Monster on here trying to tell us about Rastafarianism. We're not going to let you do it. Anything you said to me is uncivilized because you don't understand or know the culture. What we call that is a culture vulture. And you might have a couple of homies on here that's going to protect you, but I'm not going to let you get away with coming on here with this nonsense. You know nothing about being a Rastafari. At least some of them white dudes in the street try to naughty dread their head. You can't even do your little peach. Then you got the goddamn the Count Dracula cape on and shit. Deal with Transylvania. Teach us something about that. That's what you do. You stay out of our lane, we're gonna stay out of yours. And I crash my train until you goddamn plane.
3 minutes up. 3 minutes up. Go ahead, Peter.
Hey,
and by the way, JJ, why are you taking personal shots though? What's all of that for?
Well,
I mean, come on.
He got tough skin.
I mean, come on, man. Come on.
Okay, hold up. Okay, now let me respond to you because you that came out of Garfield Reed's mouth, you said that the white man was the only one. You disrespected Unc. You disrespected JJ.
He's the only one that was acting disciplined. He's the only. He's the only one that was acting disciplined, though.
No,
he's the only one that was being disciplined.
No. If you watch,
he was the only one. But he's the only one that was acting disciplined, though.
Okay, now watch this. I'm gonna rewind the tape. I'm gonna show you where he cut into.
Was that wrong? Hold on. Was that wrong? Was that incorrect?
Yes, that was wrong what you said because Garfield, I've been the whole time and he cut into.
Was that JJ? Was Peter the only one that was being disciplined and being quiet?
Okay, if we can continue the show, without you and I arguing about who had discipline, I'm gonna agree with you then. Okay, now let's keep it moving.
All right. So because
Peter's the only one, everybody.
Hold on, JJ. Because he's white, people want to disagree what I'm saying, but it's the truth.
Because he's white, you're holding his goddamn, you're holding his sack up in the air, nigga.
No, I'm not holding any sack up in the ear, and this is what's wrong with y'all. I'm telling the truth. It ain't got nothing to do with color. He's the only one that was disciplined the whole time.
I didn't see it that way, but I seen it. Listen,
let's do it. Was Garfield being disciplined? No. Was Unc being disciplined? No. Was JJ being disciplined? No. Was Zion being disciplined? No. Was Peter being disciplined? Yes.
Let me respond to that. After this one, let me respond to that. Now, as I observed the situation, I seen both of them having a dialogue going back and forth. I seen Peter cut in at times. I seen Zion cut in at times. But you didn't check mark that. You just check mark the part when Zion cut in.
No, I wasn't listening. I wasn't listening.
Well, how can you come in here and make it
let me take something back. Unc was being disciplined. I'm sorry. Let me take that back.
Oh,
Yes, he was. Because your name is Atheist Killer. I'm mixing you up with Unc. I thought you was Unc. I'm looking at the names, and that's why I'm saying everybody was in discipline. But you're not. Unc had a whole different name. I just remember. Unc ain't even on here no more. So my bad. Unc is not in that. So Unc and Pitar were disciplined today. Now, as far as I'm giving y'all we giving y'all a headache?
Yeah.
All right, my bad, bro. My bad. All right, go ahead, Pete. Let Peter go. Let Peter go.
Since I left, do I get to continue to host the show, or do you need to take over?
Yo, y'all gotta make this point real quick because at the end,
teacher discipline, Transylvania. Go ahead, bro.
Gotta make the point because he was talking about the etymology again. But there's a quote by Haile Selassie where Haile Selassie said that whatever language the Bible is written in, the message remains the same. If he doesn't know that quote, I mean that's Rasta 101. I don't know what else to do. We gotta start a program every Wednesday, Saturday. We gotta do Sunday school for you guys just to give you the basics. And Sunday is actually a Roman Catholic tradition, so we don't do Sunday. We have a Saturday church, but that's besides the point. He said I was a culture vulture. That's what JJ said. He said I'm a culture vulture. I don't have the authority. It's blasphemy for me to come up here and talk about Haile Selassie, and that I need to stay in my lane. When you talk about Haile Selassie, you're in my lane. Okay, it doesn't matter where I'm from. Transylvania. It doesn't matter. Serbia, Europe, China. If you say Haile Selassie, you got to come deal with me. Okay, that's the rule that I've been rolling with this entire time I've been on these YouTube lives. Okay, you say Haile Selassie, you got to deal with me, because the Order of Primus St. Croix represents His Majesty. We represent His kingdom on earth. We represent Haile Selassie. We don't represent Leonard Howell. That's the difference. Okay, Leonard Howell is not Rastafari. Rastafari is a person, and that is Emperor Haile Selassie I. And one last point I want to make before you move on, JJ, was he said that when I told him that Emperor Haile Selassie wasn't a Trinitarian, he said, well, his name means the power of the Trinity, the might of the Trinity, Haile Selassie. Okay, that's true. But is the word Trinity in the Bible? That's my question. Is the word Trinity in the Bible? People tell us all the time, where's Haile Selassie's name in the Bible? Here's a newsflash. It's not written verbatim in the Bible. If it was, anyone could name themselves Haile Selassie and proclaim themselves to be God. That's not how the Bible works, okay? So the word Trinity isn't even in the text. It was actually an extra biblical term created after the Bible was written. Trinitarianism became a thing because the word Trinitas, when we're talking about etymology now, the Greek word Trinitas is the origins of the word Trinity. So when he says, how is Haile Selassie not a Trinitarian? The word Trinity is not in the Bible. That's how Haile Selassie is not a Trinitarian. It's not in the text.
Okay, can we talk and chew bubble gum? Can we do that? All right. So I'm trying to figure out, what is your purpose, bro? Don't nobody jump in.
Hold on. Can I talk? Because it's my turn.
The prophecy is
my turn, though. No, but it's my turn, though. It's my turn. But it's my turn. But it's my turn, though.
Oh, okay.
You spoke, then he spoke, then my turn. Let me say this to everybody in the audience. If you got a problem with me telling the truth of somebody white doing something on my channel, I don't want your view. You see, this is the problem. Whenever a scholar says something that agrees with you, you will jump on that bandwagon of that white scholar. And that's the problem. I don't know Peter from nowhere. Whatever Peter does is his problem. This is all entertainment at this point, because I don't believe what Peter says. I don't agree with St. Croix, and I don't believe with the Rastafarian movement. So either way, who am I pushing for? Haile Selassie said he don't mess with the Negroes. So I don't care about Haile Selassie as an individual. I don't care about Rastafarianism that stems from Haile Selassie's glorification, because he's not a Pan-African. He has nothing Pan-African in him. But the point is, when they were arguing, and let me apologize to Unc, because okay, give me a second. Because I put Unc in the mix of that, so let me apologize to Unc, although he's not on here no more, he's still in the gym. Okay. Unc and Peter were the only ones that I was over talking people. I was indisciplined. Okay. I was indisciplined, and so was JJ, and Xion was. That dude ain't got no discipline, JJ. These dudes that you rock with, except for Tehudi. Tehudi's very disciplined. He's one dude I gotta give him his props. He's extremely disciplined. Outside of him, most of the guys that you rock with ain't got no discipline.
All right.
And it's just the truth. It's just the truth. Hold on. And it's just hold on. You could defend him after I'm done. I'm not done yet. When I'm done, hold on, JJ. When I'm done. When I'm done. You see, look at you interrupting right now. Where's the discipline, bro?
Yeah, long way.
Where is the discipline? Oh man. All I'm saying is that, listen, the both sides of the argument I disagree with, but I wanted to point out, especially to that guy Xion, he doesn't know anything about Ethiopia. And he believes in this craziness, so he's no different than the Hebrews.
Okay.
So he's in that box. So he's no different. He's crazy just like them. So why should I treat him different? Peter got beat up. So Black Lion came on here and destroyed Peter one day. St. Croix came on here, he got destroyed.
Never happened.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right, Peter. All right. Go.
Is my turn? Is it my turn? Godfrey, you still going? I don't want to be accused of not having discipline. I'm one of the most disciplined person you're gonna ever meet on this planet. JJ deal with people who come from all walks of life and let them speak. All right? But when I gotta, hey, listen, I let Peter do his thing. I let Zion do his thing. But my question is for Peter. Can you show me the Rastafarian movement over in Transylvania, Scandinavia, or Count Dracula land, wherever the hell you from, bro? You came out of nowhere. Where is y'all? I mean, if you got it over there, more power to you. But I have never heard of the Rastafarian movement over in goddamn Scandinavia.
Well, there are Rastas.
Can you pull up a video though? Can you do that?
I'm sure I could. There are Rastas in Europe. You know, there's even Rastas in Italy. There's a big Rasta community.
Can't talk about Italy. I said Scandinavia, bro.
Yeah, no.
Share your screen.
I know Rastafarians from Scandinavia. The thing is, I'm American. I live in Cleveland, Ohio. Like, my family's from Serbia, but I live in the United States. So, like, I really don't see what location has to do with anything.
What location got to do with it? Okay, all right. It's just like if you grew up in a GD or Vice Lord area, or Blood or a Crip area, or a KKK area. I throw one of y'all little factions in there. All right, you gonna know the culture because that's y'all. That's like me telling Hillbilly Jim how to be a hillbilly. I can't do that. That's his culture. And for you to come on here and try to tell a real Rastafarian about his culture and his doctrine, it's insulting because I would never come to y'all and tell you about hillbillyism or Transylvanianism or Dracula, because that's where you're from. Teach us about Von Claude Dracula, because that's what you people worship over there. He was your king, that bloodthirsty person that was deified later on in life. You are not a Rastafarian, bro. You didn't even know what the Ruach was.
Ruach.
So I don't know who sent you in, but we see you. You got to go. You got to go, bro. He is not a real Rastafarian, y'all. And don't let him come in here and confuse you just because some of y'all don't like the Bible or some of y'all don't like the perspective of Israelites and Rastafarians come from. Don't get it from this guy.
So because my lack of melanin.
Look. Is your mom? Do your mom and dad? What do your mom and dad teach, bro?
They're Orthodox Christians.
They didn't teach you nothing about no Rastafarian. What about their parents?
Yeah, they didn't no. They didn't know about Rastafarianism. It was before Rastafarianism even became a thing, my grandparents.
So how do you know exactly when the Rastafarian experience happened or started? You don't know nothing. You don't name me 10 Rastafarians that you know that made an impact on the world. Go.
Like 10 Rasta elders
that made an impact. Go ahead.
You got so many, man. There's Bob Marley. You got Leonard Howell. You got Archibald Dunkley. Come on, man. There's 20 reggae artists you already know. Capleton, Sizzla. I mean, you want to talk modern era? You want to talk?
No. So are you telling me that Rastafarian is nothing but a music movement?
I'm saying that's what y'all have turned it into. Y'all have just basically turned it into just some kind of like reggae music.
Who is y'all?
The
white man or the black man?
Historical Rastas. I'm not talking about color.
Who is y'all?
Y'all is the historical Rastafarians, the people that follow the ancient tenets of Leonard Howell, the Bobo Shanti, the Nyabingi, the 12 tribes of Israel. The older Rastas. I'm talking about them. Y'all. That could be white, black, yellow. That could be anybody. Anybody following that. All right. I'm saying y'all have turned the culture into this like movement that has nothing to do with Haile Selassie. When the purpose of Haile Selassie is to uplift humanity and free our conscious minds of oppression. That's his whole purpose. Okay. He was supposed to give us the answers. That all of our answers to life's questions were supposed to be answered by God. But the Rastafarians, they don't want to even associate with Haile Selassie.
Y'all finished? Yeah, that's for grown up. JJ, where y'all at? What happened?
We're still here, family.
Garfield, let me finish. Let me finish because you said he does the Haile Selassie.
Hold up. No, you ain't finished yet. Hold on. No. Don't cry for Garfield right now.
No, he
don't
said
cry for Argentina. No, that's who you need to be dealing with. Argentina, some goddamn where. Because you're not gonna come on here on a black. Look, I can't come on the Scandinavian platform or Transylvania and try to tell y'all how to transylvate. How to pop your fangs out and avoid garlic. I can't do that. Biting necks. Claude, hey, look, Vlad Claude Dracula. That is your history. Stick to that, Mr. Transylvania.
Hey man, Garfield said that Haile Selassie doesn't care about American Negroes, and he also said that Haile Selassie is not Pan-African. I mean, how is we can't?
You Pan-African?
We can't let that slide, Garfield.
Are you Pan-African?
Absolutely.
Tell us how.
Well, I follow the principles of Haile Selassie, and Haile Selassie was.
Whoa! Stop! You don't hear badgering Haile Selassie, but now you follow the principles of Haile Selassie. We don't do that over here, man. You are a double-minded man. Come on, bro. You just look. I just caught a Garfield, and you're not gonna say nothing. Come on, man.
I'm confused.
This guy needs to stick to his own culture, and you was the one accused of having the most discipline on the show. Jay didn't have none because JJ asked a couple of questions, but now it's just me and you. So I'm showing you discipline. I'm showing you respect because over here you got to bow down a little bit when people who don't know like me come on this motherfucking platform. But I'm telling you, I respectfully, do not step into our culture, any of our culture, and try to tell us what's what. We tired of y'all trying to write our story. When I say his story, that's yours. Our history is different from how you trying to project it to the people. Now you trying to come on here and try to tell them what.
But JJ, I'm back. JJ, I'm back. Hold on, JJ.
Right.
JJ,
I'm done.
JJ,
Right.
you do realize Peter is a guest on my channel, right? You do realize that whether he's black, white, red, or yellow, he is a guest on my channel.
Okay.
My channel, not your channel. Now you blasted him saying that he's high. If you want to feel like he's hijacking, you brought him here to debate Zion. Now you're trying to beat up on the man and just blast him for the sake of his whiteness. That's all you're doing, bro.
No,
you want to blast him because he's white? You know what?
No.
You want to blast him because he's white? Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Go tell him how much of a white man he is. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm gonna get
if he was black, would you be stepping in or would you let JJ and his opponent do it?
It doesn't matter who is on my channel. The person is a guest, bro. Just like Zion was a guest. Zion was a guest, and I gave him so much leeway.
Wait.
He was a guest. Zion was a guest on my channel. And Zion acted a fool, bro.
Okay,
now you got no discipline.
Okay. All right, you're not gonna put that. Okay, we talking about Zion. We talking about me and Peter right now. All right, you already said
Go
that.
ahead, blast him. You want to blast him for his whiteness? Go ahead.
I'm
Go ahead,
blasting
blast him.
for
White
white
man,
guy.
you the
I'm
wrong
blasting
man.
him. Listen.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Now, I'm not going to come over to Dracula land and tell this guy how to be a goddamn vampire.
Point taken, JJ. Point taken.
Right.
But you can't do that. The reason you can't tell me that I'm not allowed to be in the culture or come on the show or whatever, you can't do that because we're talking about the Almighty God. He doesn't belong to anybody or one particular group.
No.
It doesn't belong to the Rastafarians.
We're talking about the Rastafari movement. I didn't say you didn't have no rights to the Most High God. You're not going to put them words in JJ's mouth. We're not going to do that. No. Let's get back to the point. Now, once again, you said your grandma, your daddy, your great-grandma never taught you nothing about this culture. But Zion grew up in this culture, bro. And here you is in 2010 when you become of age to really try to find yourself. I don't know how old you is, but I'm thinking you about 38 or some shit like that. And then you gonna come on here and tell a real Rastafarian what it is. No, I'm not gonna let you do that, bro. I don't care who cheerleading for you in the crowd. I don't care. That's like me coming over to Transylvania right now and telling you about Draculism. I can't do that because I didn't grow up in coffins and dark places like that.
I am so done right now. I am so done.
Hey, Garfield, small back, man.
Dracula's not God,
like you said, it's edutainment, right? Come on, Garfield. Don't take it personal. Peter, all right. He all right. He got the balls to come over here. Hey, so look, take me over to one of your platforms. Let me see how I'm gonna be treated.
JJ.
You can't do that, Peter?
My body might be 32, but I'm 21.
Hold on. I thought you were about 38. But hold on, listen. Let me ask you again. Can I come over to one of y'all Transylvania platforms and tell y'all about Transylvanianism? Yes or no?
Are you claiming that Dracula is God though?
No. Hell no.
So what you gotta say?
Demon. He's a demon. He was a wicked motherfucker, right?
So what?
Teach us about Dracula from your people, right? Go ahead, bro. I'm gonna mute my mic. Go ahead.
No, so I'm Serbian, right? And the Serbian people, right? Their teachings, their modern teachings, come from a man called Rastko Nemanic. His name is.
Yeah, I just apologize, man. I mixed you up with JJ's name, but jump back on anyway, so I could do it live. All right.
Hey, Garfield. But like I said, no, I'm not giving him a hard time, man. I'm just keeping it.
No. Do you? Go ahead.
But hold on. Can you set up a debate for me on your channel? Can you do that?
Who you want to debate?
This heckler and jekyller named Eric Graham. I want to know. I want him to come on the channel right now.
You're gonna lose. Eric is a beast. You're gonna lose. I'm telling you, there's certain people you can debate, bro.
Watch this. Can you show me some of his work? Watch this, y'all. Who has he debated? Watch this, y'all. Who has he done discussion with? Watch this, y'all. Where's his presentation? Watch this, y'all.
He beat me up. What are you talking about? He beat me up.
And like I said, who has he beat?
He beat me. He has beaten Garfield. That's it. Isn't
like
that enough for you?
Once again, Garfield, you've been getting beat up for years, man. Just cut it out. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna skip Eric, and he about to throw me off the show, y'all. Because Garfield, now you got to deal with me. Now you got to deal with me. Did Africans come to America?
Hold on a second. Can you stop 1 second, please? Let me just apologize. Let me just apologize to Uncle Live because I thought when I saw the eighth. No, he's live on the ear right now, brother. Calm down. I want to apologize to him in person. I ain't got to do it behind his back. Yeah, because I thought when I saw the atheist killer, I mixed you up with this guy right here on the line. So I thought you were him. So, but I do want to say I apologize because you were disciplined, man. It was JJ, me, and Xion. We were the indisciplined one. All right, so I just want to clear that up.
Now, at first, everybody was disciplined but Zion. But now, am I on a discipline or undisciplined list? Which one, Doctor? Which one?
Me and you, I'm putting myself in it. Me, you, and Zion were indisciplined. That's what it is. I ain't biased towards myself. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I was wrong too. I parlayed. I lost my cool a little bit, and I started shouting. That's why I ain't got no voice a couple of months ago because my ass is shouting over the internet. But
that's the rule though, Garfield. Everybody broke the rule. The rule is when the person that owns the show want to say something, you gotta let them say it. Everybody gotta be quiet, and you know how to go back to Zion. Zion is just crazy. You gotta know what you can't get put out the movie. You gotta know who owns the movie. At the end of the day, when you're really trying to get it in, everybody got to shut it down. But you get it in because you know how you want your show to go, right? And I appreciate you that it's on here and giving us that. Shout out to the Pseudo Killers. Subscribe to the Pseudo Killers, man. That's what we got.
All right, hold on, man. See, what we not gonna do is discredit people's discipline and actions on this show. This was a great bill.
But I did it. I'm responsible too. So what are you talking about?
But see, you weren't part of the show. You said me and Uncle to host the show.
Okay.
The host, JJ, couldn't even get in without being classified as undisciplined. I don't see how that works. So you can't do that. Now, me personally, I'm watching, right? So you got to take that back. All right, now, me personally watching.
Hey, JJ, can you do something for me real quick? I want you to take 3 minutes. You said you had a response to what I said about Ethiopia. Can you respond?
No, hey, Garfield,
You're challenging the scholarship in my book right now.
Let me tell you why I'm not going to get into it.
Yes, we are.
Well,
I'm giving you, you know what? I'm giving you 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
I thought I had 3.
It's 2:03. Go ahead. 2 minutes, because I'm going to talk for 2 minutes. 2:03 to 5.
All right, give me 2 minutes.
2:05. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Give me 2 minutes to talk.
Daddy.
All right.
Daddy. Stop saying shut up.
Okay. All right.
Hey, Amir, teach him. Teach him.
You guys are giving me a headache.
Right.
Yeah,
Did that give you a headache, Amir? I'm going to tell you, you've been dealing with him for 10 years. You're going to have a lot of more years to deal with this guy. So I don't know what to tell you, Amir. But at least you told the truth.
All right, go ahead.
You're giving us a headache. Now, you're cutting folks off.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Go ahead. 2 minutes. Go ahead, brother.
What you say, Amir? The kids see things. See,
I have no idea what you're talking about.
He said he don't know what you're talking about.
That is funny. Speak on it, Amir.
I have my phone.
All right, go ahead. 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes.
Mute the mic, Garfield.
Let me mute my mic. Hold on.
That's funny. See, what we gotta do, we gotta watch what we say. Because kids are listening, right? Old folks is listening. Your boss is listening. The feds is listening. The agents just popped in listening. They pop out of nowhere with capes on, with Eddie the Monster peaks on their head, trying to teach us about our culture. Who sent you and where did you come from? That's what they would say to me if I was over in Transylvania trying to tell you about Draculism. Right? So I don't have too much patience with a guy who don't even practice the real Rastafarian doctrine and trying to tell a real one what to do with it. So let me respond to Garfield and what he said about Ethiopia. He said that the Ethiopia back in the day is not the Ethiopia that you see now. Because you know why? Because the Ethiopian landmass or kingdom was more vast than what you see today. But hey, I guarantee you where they at right now, that was part of it, Garfield. The Ethiopian kingdom stretched over to the Arabian Sea, over there in the goddamn Saudi Arabia. It's not there no more, Garfield. I don't even know why the point is of you even bringing that up, Garfield. It had nothing to do with the topic of who the real Rastafarian is. But Peter the white guy comes on here with a goddamn, what's his name? A squiggy goddamn twist on his head with Lenny from Laverne and Shirley, and he knows something about Rastafarians. No. So, when you ask me to respond to Ethiopia, I'm going to tell you right now, no, the kingdom is not as big as it used to be, Garfield. But we know that where they're at right now was part of it. Actually, I'm going to say it one more time. It's stretched over. It's stretched over, right? Didn't it, Garfield? It's stretched over. Where Sheba come from? But Transylvanian Squiggy wants to come on here and try to tell us something about Rastafarian. And he can't even tell us 5 people that matter of fact, you show us some videos of your people teaching about Rastafarian and you will never see it. So this is what I'm protecting. I'm the shield that guys like this is not going to come into our community and tell us what our culture is about. And I crash my train until his goddamn plane that he lost.
All right.
We gotta amend the culture.
Yo, 3 minutes is up, bro.
Right, but he's saying I can't crash the culture, but we gotta amend the culture because Haile Selassie is the one who sets the culture. It's not set by Leonard Howell. It's not set by Capleton. It's not set by Sizzler. Okay, that's not who who the culture comes from. It doesn't come from Jamaica. It comes from Ethiopia, and it comes from 1930 to 1974, that time period to be exact. That's where the culture stems from. That's where it comes from. Okay, so don't blame the messenger. Right, I'm Serbian, I'm white, I got no melanin in my skin. You know, I'm not the only one that belongs to the Order of Primus St. Croix. If you guys want, I can get some black people on here tomorrow to talk to you. Okay, if you don't like the way that I'm presenting the information, you don't like my personality, we got somebody else maybe that you will listen to. All right, but the message is exactly the same. And you know, I brought Primus on Garfield's show. I even had Primus on Garfield's show a few times. So it's not like I'm the only one. It's not like I'm the only one over here. I'm just the only one on Garfield's platform because he's allowed me to come on there. So like, I don't understand this thing like where I'm infiltrating. Like this is the Order of Primus St. Croix. Okay, we set the standard in scholarship. We set the standard in the culture. We have the spiritual authority when it comes to the Rastafari movement because it is actually a religion. All right, that comes from our order. It doesn't come from Petar. Petar is just a member of the Order of Primus St. Croix. See, I follow the teachings of Primus St. Croix, the prophet from St. Lucia, British Commonwealth Islands. I follow Primus St. Croix. Primus St. Croix is black. Like, what can you say now? What can you say? I'm not infiltrating the culture.
Hold on, brother. Is that the scam artist guy? Is that the scam artist guy? So show me a picture of him, bro.
How was he?
I heard of him. Is that the scam artist guy? Yes or no? Has he been accused of scamming? Yes or no, brother?
Not that I know of.
Okay. All right. So I stand corrected, but I'm going to write his name down. I'm going to make sure he ain't the one.
Primus
St. Croix.
Right.
Primus St.
Can
Croix.
Can I get my 3 minutes?
Yep.
I was wondering if I could get my 3 minutes.
I didn't mean to cut him off. Go ahead, bro. He had like his time left for us. Keep the time.
All right. Okay, all right. So I feel, I mean, me and Peter gonna have our disagreement, but I'm not gonna sit up here and disrespect just for the sake of his whiteness. I'm not gonna do that.
I'm not doing
that.
Just
say, hey, nah. It's because you know what it is, Peter and I. You see, if anyone knows me, I could disagree with people and still be around them because you don't like. I don't like people around me who. I like. Listen. First of all. The Ethiopia, let me just break down something to you carefully now. The Aksumite Empire had nothing to do with the Kushite Empire. Just for you to know that geography-wise, it's in my book. You could pick up my book on Amazon, bro. Or if you want me to mail you a copy, I could mail you a copy for free. All right? Y'all need to stop this foolishness. Ethiopia ain't got nothing to do with Ethiopia. And this is over 40 years old. The information about this. Garfield is not putting out something new. If you don't know Ethiopia today is the wrong Ethiopia, is not the Ethiopia, the biblical text. I don't know what to tell you because the Bible tells you in Ezekiel. It tells you. I don't have to tell you this.
Ethiopia today was included in the old Ethiopia, Garfield.
Hold on, bro.
The kingdom was bigger back then,
Hold on a second. Why are you interrupting me?
Because you put out misinformation.
Did I interrupt you one time while you were speaking, bro? When you got your 3 minutes? No. Discipline, bro. Discipline. It's simple. I sat here. It's my channel, and I still gotta sit down and listen to you whether I agree with you or not, bro.
Daddy.
Yeah, what's up?
You and your friends are giving me a headache.
I know, man. Especially that JJ guy.
He said
right?
you first. He didn't say JJ.
He said you, right? He said you, right? Dagger.
Hey, man.
Right, so listen.
Sit his old ass down somewhere.
Hey, JJ, when you buy my book, you're gonna see the map of the areas, and you can make the judgment for yourself, bro. I'm not even gonna argue this point anymore, and that's what happened.
You on a whole other topic than me.
Yeah, but let me finish by saying also that Peter's stance of Primus St. Croix. What happened when Primus St. Croix came on? Go back to the videotape. He got destroyed. Peter not gonna agree with that. Eric came on, Blackline came on and destroyed Peter. Peter's not gonna agree with that. Everybody always thinks they win a debate, man. They always think they win a debate. They never lose. These people never lose. They never lose a debate, man. They never lose a debate. They always win. So because they always win, I don't mind bringing on Peter for the entertainment because this is all entertainment for me. Because at the end of the day, though, what I'm shocked at is not if Peter is white or if his teachings is wrong. The fact that you're defending Rastafarianism, which you will teach that it's fake. You'll do a debate 2 weeks from now and tell everybody Rastafarianism is fake, it's fake, it's fake. But today, you are defending it because it's a supposedly black religion. It's funny. This is not so funny. You will beat up Rastafarianism on the fact that they misuse the Bible, bro. You don't believe Selassie is no God. Cut it out. Cut it out. You got to be fair and balanced, bro. You got to be fair. Because if, JJ, I'm going to ask you a question. Do you support Rastafarianism?
You going to let me answer that?
Yes. Do you support Rastafarianism? Yes or no?
I support Rastafarianism. You know why?
Do you believe in Rastafarianism? Do you believe? I'm sorry. Do you believe in Rastafarianism?
So is this the same question, or this is a different question?
This is different question. I want to ask. Different question I want to ask. Do you believe in Rastafarianism?
Okay.
Yes,
I support my Rastafarian brothers for the simple fact that they almost there.
I'm sorry. Wrong answer. Do you believe Rastafarianism is off the Bible? Let me give you that one then. Let me give you a third question because you're running away. You're running right now. You're running. Do you support how the Rastafarians use the biblical text that you hold to as a Hebrew Israelite / Christian? Come on, let's go.
Now you're gonna let me answer that, right? All right.
I'm gonna let you answer.
Now JJ7000 is one of the wisest debaters you ever seen in your life. All right? But see, I'm not going to sit up here and say I understand everything they're talking about, but I do hear some good things when they're talking about a God.
That's not the question. That's not the question.
Wait a minute, man.
You got your Gregory Hines tap dancing on. You are Gregory Hines right now. Stop tap dancing right now and answer the question. Do you believe that Haile Selassie is God? Do you believe that?
No.
Then you ain't Rastafari.
All right. Do you believe? All right. Do you believe? Do you believe? Hold on.
Hey, my people from Mississippi, Jackson, Mississippi. I'm telling you, my culture. Now,
okay, but do you believe that you're a Hebrew Israelite?
Yes.
Does that match? Because Haile Selassie is Christ, our God, and you believe Jesus is Christ and God. So how do you match up with these people who are misusing the biblical text? Aren't they heathens? Aren't they going to hell? Come on, stop playing. This is what I'm trying to show you. You see the hypocrisy? You want to take up a Zion because he's black.
You're overloading with questions. And man, listen,
no.
This is a typical display of Giz Gallop, everybody. Now, 7,000
because Zion is going to hell. No, Zion is going to hell, and Qatar is going to hell, according to your doctrine.
Right.
Yes or no?
I'm calling you, man. Let me get the floor.
You and your friends are giving me a headache.
You first. Right. Now, see, he really means you, but he don't want to hurt your feelings, so he add your friends with it. Amir, just tell him the truth. Just say, Daddy, you get it.
All right. Can you tell the truth? Peter and Zion is going to hell based off your teachings. Am I correct? Yes or no?
You didn't even give me a chance to answer
answer the question, bro, because you
question that
I gotta be direct with you.
1 through 7.
Peter the white guy and Zion the Rasta guy, they're both going to hell according to Hebrew Israelite New Testament, Old Testament teachings. Yes or no?
Well, no, they're not.
Daddy.
They're not. You know why? Because I don't even
they're
know.
Not going to hell. They're going to go to heaven with you, right? Because they want in Christ, right? You see what I'm saying, family? The hypocrisy is real. You want to take up for Zion because he's your guy. Peter is my guy, but Zion is my guy too. But the point of the matter is, both of them would be going to hell according to your teaching. But you can't say it because you only hate Peter. You only hate Peter because he's white.
No,
both of them are going to hell, bro.
Okay, now watch this. Now watch this. Can I respond?
Yeah.
Hold on, Amir. Okay, Amir, just tell Pops to chill out for a minute, and he gonna get some education. He's smart.
You guys are so loud.
Okay, see, I'm talking about the Garfield. I'm gonna learn how to talk light when the kids is listening. Now, I am one of the last persons on earth that y'all could call racist. Jabari, mute your mic. I mean, Garfield. Okay, let's get back to it. I am one of the last persons on earth that you can call racist. JJ7000 has been in the community for over 8 or 9 years. I don't teach that the white man is the devil. I teach it all y'all. Black, white, yellow, red, purple, transgender, straightforward, backwards. That's what I teach. JJ7000 can go on the record to say even before I came into the truth, I have been with multiplicity of women from other nations.
Well, we already know you love the white woman. We already know that part.
Okay, no,
but I'm trying to figure out, are they going to have, is Diane, I'm going to end the show right now.
No, don't do that. Don't end no goddamn show. Don't end that show. No, don't do that. JJ, listen.
You again. One last question. Are you
Garfield, I think your mic cut out, man. I just wanted to I wanted to respond to the claim that I lost the show debate when Primus was on with Black Line Supreme. It seems like there's some confusion about that in the chat. Garfield, you there? I can't hear anyone. I'm gonna give my 2 cents before this cuts off. So pretty much
defend yourself.
I guess I'm the host now. Hang on, let me let these guys in.
You're alone, brother. Nobody to help you right now. Where'd JJ go?
Hey, you guys back?
Everybody fell out.
Oh, there's Garfield. BLS killed me. I don't think so, man. You need to go back and watch the tapes and read the comments under that video. I don't think BLS killed me at all. The reason people are confused is because Primus St. Croix is a historical Rastafarian. So he obviously, got beat on a lot of points. But that doesn't mean that I was beat. Not in that debate. Hell no. You gotta go watch. You gotta replay the tapes, man, and read the comments. I don't know where y'all are getting this information from. Yo, you gotta unmute. JJ, you gotta unmute.
Okay, all right. Listen, the comments really don't matter because anybody that I bring over there, they're gonna always be against them. You hear me? Because we are competing platforms. That's how that goes. So don't take the comments in the chat serious. You can't do that. We gotta base it off information. And when you do the base, we need to have, you see what I'm saying? If you're a debater, you bring some of your people over to Lions Den, Pseudo Killers, and Dagger Squad. I'm cool with that. Listen, I'm not, bro. Like before Garfield cut me out, bro, I had messed with women from all nations. but my wife is black, my children are black, my grandchildren are black, but I'm not a racist.
No, I don't think you are. I don't think you are. I think Garfield was just kind of hyping up what you were saying earlier. I understood what you were saying. You were saying it was like it was a culture thing. Like I get, but I ain't gonna let that go. Garfield, I wasn't gonna say nothing, but Garfield said it twice. He said that I lost the debate with Black Line Supreme and Primus St. Croix. I ain't lose not one debate. Not one debate yet on this show. You got to show me where I lost that debate. because Black Lion Supreme is now saying that Primus said
Crossing the street. Hey, Peter, don't tell me you're delusional like the Hebrew Israelites, bro.
No, he beat Black Lion. Leave alone, Garfield.
Nah, he ain't beat Black Lion, man. I ain't gonna say that. Black Lion destroyed him. It was a massacre. This was worse than Jesus' crucifixion, man. Oh my God, man. Y'all need to go back and watch. Yo, don't let me replay that video, bro. Don't let me do it. You know Black Lion gonna be like, let's play the video. That's it. It was a woo, my. I've never listen. When you got beaten in the 5th grade, man, and you're like, man, that kid got beat so bad, I gotta go help him, and you don't even know the kid. That's the type of beating it was.
No. Hold up, Petra. What was the topic? I'm gonna go back and do a recap.
It was one of the Wednesdays. Any Wednesday that you see, Peter on the Rasta Wednesdays. It was one of them Wednesdays.
Oh, yeah,
hey, Peter, I'm not a liar, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I can't lie, bro.
It was a special guest, Primus St. Croix. There was 2 parts. I think it was the second part.
Is it one thing that people could count on Garfield for is his honesty. Whenever it comes to this type of thing, I'm gonna be Peter. I've watched you for weeks, and the reason why I had you on so many weeks because nobody could beat you up. Nobody. The only person that came on beat you up was that dude, that Native American Indian guy that used to claim that he came on and beat you up with some scriptures one day, but he ain't really beat you up totally. And then one day Black Lion got fed up because Black Lion don't like that you on the show. So he's like, you know what? I've had enough of this guy. So
yeah, but Black Lion fought.
So why don't you replay me and Black Lion Supreme debate?
I don't know. Listen, I don't know the Native American guy he's talking about, but the reason Black Lion Supreme thought that he made a point was because Primus doesn't claim to be the Messiah. So when Primus told everybody on the live stream that he's not the Christ, Black Lion Supreme's looking at me like, what? You just said he was the Christ. So like,
who the hell is Primus?
Primus is the Christ.
That's what you call him?
Primus is the prophet of Haile Selassie.
See, that's what I'm saying. I don't know all about all that.
Oh my God!
I'm not all into that Rastafarian shit. I don't know. Primus. You heard
that's
that?
Not Rastafarianism. That's a whole nother doctrine. Me, I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
That's active Rastafarianism because I was telling you historical and active Rastafarianism. But on that program, you know, they were saying that I got beat because Primus didn't say that he was the Messiah. But here's the thing: the prophecy of the scriptures don't say that that's how he's going to proclaim himself, right? The prophecy of the scriptures state that he actually says he's not the Christ. If you go back to John the Baptist, they asked him, "Are you the Christ?" He said, "I am not." So for Primus to say that he's the Messiah, that doesn't mean anything. We recognize his works. He fulfilled the prophecy of the scripture concerning Christ in the year 2000 in Brooklyn, New York. That's what makes him the Christ. It's his doctrine that makes him the Christ. It's his irrefutable doctrine that Emperor Haile Selassie I is the father of Christ. That's what Primus said. Primus said Haile Selassie is the father of Christ. And we fact checked that and we realized that he was correct. So if Primus is correct, that means he is the Christ, as according to Revelations chapter 5, verse 5, where he takes the book out of Haile Selassie's hands because Haile Selassie is sitting on the throne, and Primus begins to loosen the 7 seals by unlocking the parables of the Bible. This is what he did in the year 2000, 70 years after Haile Selassie's coronation. Hence the title of the book, 70 Years Accomplished, and hence the prophecy in the scriptures on 70 years. That's the whole doctrine of the Order of Primus St. Croix. It's based upon the 70 years from 1930 to the year 2000. Primus St. Croix is the Christ. Black Lion Supreme didn't debunk anything. Black Lion Supreme just showed that Primus is not a narcissist who calls himself the Christ. That's all Black Lion Supreme did. He didn't beat me.
See, I'm going to go check that out.
This is, and I just want to let everybody know, Garfield, I want to address you because I made some inflammatory statements. I kept my cool, and JJ7000 has seen me lose my cool many times.
Facts.
I was not undisciplined today. In fact, I was having a good discussion and I kept on getting cut off.
Yeah.
And then I left for about 45 minutes. I wasn't even in the room to be undisciplined. but you want to tap dance, and that's okay. What this brother is teaching is a new world doctrine. It's new. This is not Rastafarianism. This is not Rastafari. Although I will say that one other person had pulled that crap before, and that was Edward Emmanuel, who everybody called Prince Emmanuel, who made himself over Haile Selassie and Marcus Garvey, made them the Trinity, and he was God the Father. There was one, that's the Bubba Shantis. And what he's actually submitting to you is pretty much similar out of the actual original doctrines of Rastafari. This is not an actual Rastafari doctrine. He uses terms that we don't use. He actually claimed that Selassie would never claim, brother. Stop talking over me. You're the one being undisciplined. This is what he was doing before, but I'm the one who was undisciplined.
Right.
Every time I opened my mouth, the dude kept cutting in, but Garfield want to claim that I'm undisciplined?
No, and then Uncle's helping him too.
Fuck out of here.
Uncle's helping him too. Uncle's helping him too.
But the original.
So why are you cursing on my show continuously, bro? Why are you doing that though?
Come on, man. You don't
bro, if you're gonna treat us equally
but I'm
as
trying to
guests,
figure out.
Treat us equally as guests,
I'm trying
then treat
to
us
figure
equally.
out.
But if
I'm
you keep
trying to
on
figure
showing
out
him
why you
favor, you look like a fucking coon.
Yeah,
Don't
Garfield,
do
you
that.
said
The
he
brother
was
can
the only one that
defend
had
himself.
good fun on the show. That wasn't
Come
cool.
on, man.
That wasn't cool.
His show was about me and him having a dialogue, and you kept on sticking your fucking fat foot in the goddamn equation.
He did, Garfield.
And then want to call me undisciplined when he kept cutting me off.
Yep.
Me and him both have stepped across some lines. That's okay. And we didn't have no problem with it. We checked ourselves and got right back to the discussion without your help, Garfield. He don't need your help. Stop coddling him.
He's
a grown man, and the brother is intellectual and studied enough to defend himself.
Make me back the host. Make me back the host. Make me back the host.
Okay, well, I'm saying Garfield.
Make me back the host.
I'm out of here. I'm out of here because listen, if me and Serdi and Rasta want to have a dialogue, let's do it on Lions Den where we won't have a whole bunch of fucking goddamn niggas sticking their ass in our discussion. Okay? I'm out.
Zion,
JJ,
I never.
JJ.
Yeah, I'm listening.
I never claimed to be an
original.
original.
Hold on, Peter, hold on. JJ, make me back the host right now.
Make you back the host?
Yeah.
On what? On my channel?
Yeah, well, I made JJ the host, so JJ now has to make Garfield the host because I can't do it.
JJ, you the host. Make me back the host.
I thought we was off the air.
JJ, make me back the host.
I made the host because when you came back on, I put it back to you, JJ.
But we off the air, right?
Nah.
Are we still live?
You're still live, but I made you the host. You gotta.
What's up, Bob?
May I listen to the Gummy Bear on your phone while you do something?
Sure. All right. So how do I make you back the host?
There's an option you click on, like you click on Garfield's name and you click more.
Click on participants and then just click on my name and say make. It's gonna give you the option.
No, I'm the host now. Y'all done gave 7,000 the power. Matter of fact, I'm finna meet you now. Hey, I'm finna meet you right now, guys. I don't want to hear your jerk chicken eating lip.
Hey, yo, you stupid. Make me back the host. Make me back the host.
That's right, JJ. That's right. Don't give no green beans. No green beans.
Right. Now, let's get back to the conversation.
Click on my name and make me back the host, bro.
Don't get that boy no green bean.
Oh, shit.
Y'all left.
You gotta blame Peter for this move.
No, but y'all got dropped off the call, so like then it made me the host. So then I threw it to JJ because it looked like Garfield.
Hey Garfield, you got to suffer on this one. Somebody said JJ kick Garfield off. Yeah.
Click where it says participant.
I mean, I could go on the computer and kick you off. I don't really want to do that.
Come on, Garfield.
I don't want to do that.
Peter make you back the host. I don't know how to do this shit on my phone.
Kick you off,
Click on participants where it says participants.
Just get back to the discussion.
All right, y'all get back to the conversation.
I don't know how to do it on the phone, bro. I'm on the computer.
Right.
Click on the part where it says participants at the bottom of your screen on your phone.
All right, hold on. Garfield, trust me, you still the host. Hey,
I'm not the host.
Hey, Garfield, you still the host, but it's just in my name. You know what I'm saying? Like you went out and hustled everything, but you didn't want to put it in your name. That's all that's going on. It's in JJ's name. This show is in JJ's name today. You know, all rights reserved. I'm gonna put out my disclosure.
Nah, and your dude ain't got no discipline because you know I was in my car and the dude is there cussing and you didn't even check him and you knew my son was
out because you don't know how to shut the hell up.
I'm not keeping the show up
trying to save that white boy. That's why I cussed his ass out. He got exactly what the hell
it's stupid.
You got that
It's a stupid show.
You don't teach the audience. This was a great show, bro. Don't teach it to.
What's up,
Amir? Tell him. Say, Daddy, keep the show up.
Stop saying each bad word.
It was all
That's
good
right.
until
Come on, Garfield. Don't be like
Garfield
that. I don't know how. Listen,
cooning.
y'all put me in a predicament.
It was all good
Listen,
until Garfield
y'all
came
teach
in there
STEM,
cooning.
science, technology, engineering.
Nah. Click on my name. On my name.
Let me click on the name so he don't cancel the show, y'all. God damn. Yeah, now act like this, brother Garfield. Let me see.
He
Now
mad.
you making me do
He
extra
mad,
work.
boy.
Now, see, if I click on, I might fall off.
That's my fault. I thought JJ posted.
You really tried to.
Hey, you know a leader.
Computer tried it.
It's okay, Peter. You know a leader when you see one. Hold on, let me see. Okay, now let me go on Garfield name. Hold on, let me see. That's Atheist Killer. Okay, so who participant? I'm going to participants. Let me see. Okay, Garfield. Now what? I click your name and then do what? Okay. All right. Make host.
Make host, right.
There you go, man. Now cut it out. There you go.
All right.
Now you make me back a host. As a matter of fact, I thought I was the host. What happened?
That's what I thought. So that's why.
Yeah, they ain't Indian giving, y'all. What the hell going on? Go ahead, Garfield.
Garfield's on mute right now, but
the host is back on you. Keep this show up, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I gotta come back. So I gotta come back on another show when this new article drops, JJ. So once my new article drops, I gotta come back on the show because Garfield, you know what I mean? Garfield was the one that read Dr. Wolde Merriam's article to me, didn't let me respond. This was like a show like a long time ago. Thought I forgot about that. I ain't forget about it.
So you ain't forgot.
I don't forget. So here's the thing. I wrote the article. There's over 200 sources cited in the article
that hairline is
that completely irrefutably dispute.
He didn't go
everything
to the Dominicans to get that haircut.
The romantic rewriting of Haile Selassie's legacy must stop. That's on Google. That's on every platform. I've seen that shared every single day. People send that to me every single day talking about Haile Selassie's not God. I refuted that. I got the sources right here. I had to translate some Amharic books. I had to get the sources together. All right. It was supposed to be released in November. The Rastafari Coalition website. It was going through they were reconstructing the website. So I just seen parts of the article. It's coming very soon. They just got to put pictures up there and videos, and that's it. All right. So I'm gonna come back on the show once that drops.
Send me your email address. I want you to come on to the lines then, so we can further this discussion.
So wait, did he just say that one of the sources is his own source?
I never seen one in my life.
Hold on.
Guess what? At the lines then, people from all walks of life. So everybody got a voice. So
Now what you say, John?
Did he just say that one of the sources that he's going is something that he wrote? Is that what he just said?
Yeah,
one
man.
of the three sources.
The dude.
I told you the third source was what he wrote.
Right, I remember pretty much that last night. Yep.
See, that's crazy.
See,
when you're in the middle of a dialogue, sometimes you miss certain things. You missed that last night. You missed it. I think you went off the air though.
Yeah, I stepped out. Yeah, you know what I'm
You
saying?
stepped out.
Garfield's cooning that it was just I was so embarrassed by it. I had to leave, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah, but yeah, the hairline is
it
real
was
bad, man. You know. That is unholy.
I think you see them books behind. I think all of them stuck together is like a prop. You know what I'm saying? Like them ain't really books. It's like a goddamn like you stuck together, and when the cameras go off, you just remove you stretch all your arms out and you pull it out. Man, he ain't reading them books, man.
That's
ain't
what
reading
I'm
them books.
saying. He pulled out one of them books to prove that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? Not to say that he, you know what I'm saying, but come on, man. You said you had 3 sources, and he said that shit hard body. He said that on the strength. You know how they used to say back in the day, 1980s, on the strength? That nigga said it on the strength. Like, yeah, son, I got 3 sources. Right now, you can produce those sources. Yeah, I can produce them. I got those for you. Like, you know what I'm saying? On the strength type shit.
And you went to your Busta Rhymes Onyx voice. You know what I'm saying? That's what happened with that. But yeah, man. And then Garfield says, "Oh man, don't worry about it. You ain't got to bring that up." Did you catch that part?
Yeah, I saw that. Oh, now he ain't got to bring up the source.
Now he ain't
Even
gotta
though
bring
he
it
was
up.
banging on him, he was like, "Yeah, pull up them sources. Pull up them sources." And he was like, "Yeah, hold on." Oh my God, that was terrible.
Man, the Transylvanian roster has been destroyed. Anybody out there that's listening to this guy is a fool. And all them people over there at Dagger Squad, they uplifting this guy as a teacher of Rastafarianism. Y'all should be embarrassed, ashamed of yourself. And then he told y'all, no, he didn't grow up in this. His mom and daddy didn't teach nothing about I never take a bumble clot, Nazi dreadlocks.
He contradicted himself.
He contradicted himself to the whole goddamn thing.
He contradicted himself on what he said that Haile Selassie. He said that Haile Selassie negated the Solomonic dynasty. But then when I left out of the room, when I listened back to it, he said, "Well, I can't give you a one that directly says that he goes against the Solomonic dynasty, but because that's what you said before. You said that Haile Selassie had statements that went totally against the Solomonic dynasty. You said that on the strength."
Right. He also
And
said
now all
that
of a sudden, well, I can't.
he also said somebody he didn't like rosters. But like you told him, he dealt with many factions of Ethiopian and different cultures. You know what I'm saying? You said that.
Those laws aren't for him.
The Ethiopians, the Ethiopians. You named a couple other different factions.
Yeah, but those laws are for the people. Right. A lot of those laws are enacted for the indigenous people that lived in the land, whereas you had to have a separate constitution as someone who was outside of the Ethiopian, you know what I'm saying, indigenous cultures. So that's why there was the EWF that was written for the African Americans in order to be, you know what I'm saying, counted as a part. And they opened up the land grant of Shashamani in 1968. Right, and so that was the constitution for them. So all of those laws are not for you. Just like, you know what I'm saying, in the 613 biblical laws, your dude, the laws about menstruation don't apply to you, right? Just because there's 613 don't mean all 613 apply to you. So this is the fallacy of what he's arguing. But the fact of the matter is he doesn't have a constitution at all. There ain't no constitution with Serbians to go back to Ethiopia.
Right.
You can look all of those law books that he got in behind him. If they have anything to do with Ethiopian law, none of them include his Serbian ass.
He didn't pull out nothing, bro. He contradicted himself about 2 or 3 times in that whole discussion. He interrupted you 3 times before you kind of like, hey, bro, chill out.
Right.
And then Unc West started doing his mini debate with him, and that opened up the door for everybody else, didn't it? It opened up the door for everybody else. It opened up for the door for Garfield to try to come at you. It opened up the door for me to come at him and Garfield.
He had to try to change the direction. Yeah.
Hey, all in all,
He had
it
to
was
try
a
to
good
change
bill. Yeah.
Yeah. He had to try to change those goalposts. He tried to change the goalposts because we were smacking them up already, and they, you know what I'm saying. So that's why I feel like, you know what I'm saying, was like, all right, well, let's get on to another topic. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Because
you
at the end of the
smacking them
day,
up, bro.
right? So yeah, it
I
doesn't
just
make no
came
sense.
in
You know what I'm saying? But
hey, I
yeah,
just came in and beat it on a dead horse. That's all I did. You did your thing.
Bunk actually set up the premise when he said in the beginning, he said, is Rastafarian movement, you know what I'm saying, a black movement. When he asked that question before I even opened my mouth, he set up, you know what I'm saying, the ropes for me to jump off of. You know what I'm saying? Straight pile drive. He bounced them off the ropes with that in the beginning. Off the top rope. You know what I'm saying? I was like, yeah, it's predominantly Rastafarian movement, Rastafari. I don't even use the word Rastafarian. Rastafari movement is based on, you know what I'm saying, the outcast, scattered and dispersed of Israel on the four corners of the earth. That's the black man's redemption. Bob Marley wrote a song about it. There's songs about it all through Rastafari liturgy. You know what I'm saying? Talking about being free from slavery, free from
how about the
bondage,
song
free
called
from the
War?
oppressor, free from the bald head, free from the
How about the song
vampire.
called War by Bob Marley? Called War.
Look, right. Well, he was dealing with white supremacy. You know what I'm saying? He was saying, unto the philosophy which hold one's race superior and another inferior is totally and permanently abolished and abandoned, then there will be war. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Absolutely. But he was going before the Geneva Conference where a whole bunch of white folks were allowing Italy to attack them without any defenses while being a part of this, you know what I'm saying, this League of Nations that was supposed to protect them from any tyranny. You know what I'm saying? And this is what caused the fall of the League of Nations. So that was about, you know what I'm saying? And certainly, you know what I'm saying, he spoke against racism, but he was speaking primarily against white supremacy.
So
which is
who
what this boy is doing.
So where does Optimus Primus guy come from?
Say it again. Oh, this Primus dude. All right, so I did a little research on him. You know what I'm saying? He you know what I'm saying? He's a black Rasta dude who's making the claim that you know what I'm saying, Haile Selassie is God the Father, and that now he's Jesus. And this happened before with the Bubba Shanti movement. They did that, you know what I'm saying, and made the claim that Prince Emmanuel, it was the Christ, and they just kind of shifted the whole, you know what I'm saying, biblical doctrine the way they wanted to do. And he's following the same path as the Bubba Shanti in a sense, but he's a new world religion.
In 2,000 years from now, hey Zion, 2,000 years from now, if this movement is still, you know, relevant and move around, they'll be talking about a Bubba Shanti Messiah named Christ. They'll be talking about all these different Messiah Christs.
There's going to be a whole bunch of them, and I don't think they'll ever gain any traction,
the Christ
bro.
Michael movement could get big. The Judah Christ movement,
right?
And this is why we have people like Zion, the Coke killer, and the JT, the camp killer, out here on the loose, and they ain't playing no games. This is why you have a JJ, the comedic, unconscious Christian coon killer. Go check my resume. That's been out for 3 or 4 years. Go check the page out. So we ain't playing no games when these dudes coming in here and trying to switch it up. No one ain't supposed to be throwing fastballs down the middle, and he coming in with sliders and curved balls. You see. But over there at the Garfield Dagger Squad, pseudo killers, they give everybody a chance too. So I'm not mad at them. But I do know that their audience can be a little biased. Just like what you did with Yasha and Matt. We know goddamn well Yasha went over there and handled that business. But because Yasha is tied in with us over here, of course the audience is going to be biased. Go ahead, Zion.
Yeah, man. So yeah, if this brother ever, you know what I'm saying, because I think you tried to get this brother to come to Lions Den, and what's his name? Garfield was afraid. He had to duck and cover. You know what I'm saying, for his young master.
Yeah, no, you can't come over here.
Yeah. So that he comes through, you know what I'm saying? We can clear this up. But he admitted, here's the point. The question was, who's the real Rastafari? And he admitted that he comes from a New World doctrine. You know what I'm saying? The Primus of St. Croix, you know what I'm saying? Rastafarians. He admits that that's not foundational. He admitted that that's not what he calls the historical Rastas, which he actually defames that doctrine, although that doctrine was the basis and foundation for the Rastafari movement, built upon the fight against white supremacy and white oppression, right? So what he is essentially doing is he is discrediting a black empowerment movement,
right?
And reinstituting a New World doctrine that worships some other dude as the incarnated Christ. You know what I'm saying? Any real Rasta, you know what I'm saying, who understands, you know what I'm saying, biblical knowledge, what his Imperial Majesty taught, you know what I'm saying, and what he believed, would never tell you that he's God the Father. You know what I'm saying, would tell you that he is a servant who has the Holy Spirit upon him. He's the seed of David, and that he only testified of the Hamashiach as prophesied in John. Right? So we don't get this twisted. We don't twist up, you know what I'm saying, doctrinal ideas so that we can create a new Messiah when all of that is sealed. That's sealed. You know what I'm saying? He's talking about this dude is took the books from Haile Selassie and unsealed them. Nigga, please. You don't understand dispensation. You don't understand the scriptures and how all of this stuff's supposed to play out. Dude barely even understood what a ruach was.
He didn't know.
Yo, how don't you know what ruach is?
He didn't even know. And then later on in the conversation, he trying to throw out the word about etymology.
Right.
Come on, man.
He couldn't break down the etymology of the Ethiopian titles Rastafari and Haile Selassie into the Hebrew to understand what the relevance was and why it's relevant to the ruach.
So
not the Father, not the Son, but the Holy Spirit.
We're gonna go ahead and end this now. We've been on for 4 hours.
All right. Come.
Get you some last words in. Karima,
that's it. You know what I mean?
Karima, can you end the show with the line? Hold up. Karima, can you end the show with the Lions Den cipher while he getting his last words in? You know, at the end when he's done. Yeah, go ahead, Zion.
Yeah, so next time I ever go on Garfield, you know what I'm saying, Dagger Squad, you know what I'm saying, got big respect for Unc West, you know what I'm saying. I don't agree with how Garfield portrayed himself, you know what I'm saying, in that situation. But you know what I'm saying, next time, you know what I'm saying, I'll be very careful, you know what I mean, to behave myself. You know what I mean?
Hey, brother, I don't think you even got out of pocket because listen to this. You left for a long time, right? In the beginning of you and him going back and forth, I didn't say nothing for a long time. Said, let JJ on. I came on at the last, I opened up the show. I came on at the last maybe 45 minutes of the show. So you and I was really not on there that much, and we still destroyed it. Think about it.
But we're the one being accused of being undisciplined and cutting everybody out. Man, cut it out. Go ahead, Doc.
So that's it. You know, I ain't got nothing left to say. You know what I mean? I think it's the truth spoke for itself.
What you got upcoming? Tell everybody what you got upcoming.
Oh yeah, so tonight I'm supposed to be having a discussion with the Ron Tillers. You know what I'm saying? On a bowl of red pottage.
On a what?
And then on a bowl of red pottage, you know what it is. We're here.
He's still trying to do this.
About Esau.
He's
Yeah,
still, after all these years, Zion,
he's still on Esau, man. He's
still
still stuck in Genesis 20. Still stuck in
Every
Genesis
debate
24,
this guy
25.
has is about Esau. Goodness.
And the only three chapters, 25, Genesis 25 through 27. That's it.
Do your opponent still call? Hold up. Do your opponent still call himself the Great I?
Yeah, I'm sure. You know, yeah.
Well, I tell you what.
I would deal with that. Yeah.
Y'all go check the debate out. It's on Information Age tonight. What time? What time, family?
Should be around like 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock Eastern time. And we'll peek in and support one of our champions over here. You know what I'm saying? That being said, yeah. That being said,
I catch a red cap. I ain't going over there.
Okay, we'll catch a recap. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, I know. We'll catch a recap. Zion will come do his recap. All right, Sister Kareem, let's end it with the Lions Den Cypher. We out.
Welcome to the cipher. Time to let the lions eat. Let's get it.
Y'all just let the boy T1 alone with in Fringe Game Blue Ribbon Army. We in this. It's the Lion Den Cypher. Let's get it. You are welcome to the Lions Den. Young Lions Unleashed. Real Judah, we ready to feast. T1, I'm the wolf of the East. You don't want these problems, these pistols blick like a pistol. These scriptures rip through your tissue. My ox be moving official. Fringe Game Blue Ribbon Army. We don't roll with Hollywood. From the wilderness back to the hood, it's real talent coming straight from the wood. I rip and kill these demons, my opposition be screaming, coming for all of the heathen. From Babylon back to England. What's poppin', slime? It's bread and wine. I die in the flesh, refreshed by the bloodline. These Eves in the truth be steady lying. These Jakes in the world be steady dying. Fringe Game Blue Ribbon Army. I'm a rep to the death of them. Yeah, boy, we the martyrs. Spit truth to the end begins. I'm coming with apostles' doctrine. My verses be popping. All praise to the Abba.
Yeah, it's your flyer, girl. Okay. And exactly what Team 1 Lone Wolf said.
It looks like you lost another one.
Welcome to the Lions Den. Grab your paper, pencil, pen. Listen to the scholars, get it in. Precept upon precepts without any ad hominems. Coming from the moderator in the den. May the best better win. Now the bad hat is madness. Newbies acting baddest, saddest. They never kick your status. Regurgitating information that they read from their master. Back and forth arguing, going off a topic like an outer space rocket. Do me a favor, never catching vapors when they judging you later. Win or lose, that's the grand rules. Arguing with a fool, only make that two. I'm getting him out of his element, he acting like he's selling. The document he telling, becoming overzealous, said I'm dealing with the fellas.
It looks like like you lost another one.
Who is this? Making flip, got their bodies doing flips, screaming yop in my sleep. Got them rocks up on my wrist. Niggas pissed, cause they never seen a click, so too legit. Flip back to a jit, I ain't really know shit, but I thought I knew it, cause I slaughter music. Take the beat back to my chicken, let her daughter choose it. Lions den up in the bit, oh yeah, I thought you knew it. When it come down to debating, ain't no harder to it. Yeah, we go mayhem, dumb, Duffy, Rotonto. You gon' get this truth, nigga, pronto. Sickest in the booth, nigga, tonto. All them nose ass niggas in your group, I think you gonzo. Pick a sister alley-oop like I'm Alonzo. Chicken stick up in my coupe back to the condo. Mixing Chris with Absolute with Alejandra. Take a picture of them views if you want sauce up. Nigga, say it with your chest if you want cross us. Yasharala on my side, you get tossed up. Guess we got too many wives, they can't like us. They can't like us.